planning board meeting. Go for attendance. Bob Sheehan.
Here.
Lillian Camus.
Here.
Rob Chauvin.
Here.
Jason Smeagol. Here. Jim Trumke is here.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay. I don't have any paperwork here with me, but I do have, and Lil, if you've got something I don't have, please let me know. But for bills, Kathy forwarded one to me late this afternoon for Turley Publications for advertising for
Correct.
$334.53. Has everybody had a chance to see that invoice?
Bob has.
Lil has.
I'm seeing them now as
Oh.
we're going over them. Email form wouldn't open for me on my phone or home computer.
I'll make a motion to approve the invoice from Turley Publications, Inc. for legal notice advertising for public hearing. Invoice number 26940, dated March 26, 2021, for the amount of $334.53.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Bob?
Aye.
Lillian?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
Jim's and I. Motion carries.
Quick question, Rob, were you the one that seconded?
Jason was.
Jason, okay.
Okay, do we have some minutes?
Yes, and I have correction.
Okay.
Because I didn't even review them.
All that work and you didn't review them?
I know. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay, well, these are for the March 22nd meeting minutes, and I have the meeting date on the very first page as March 8th. So that should be March 22nd. That is the only thing I have.
Okay, I'll look for a motion to approve the minutes for those that have read it and reviewed them. Or do we want to push that to the next meeting? Nobody's had a chance. I know Lil has. Jason, you had a chance to review them?
I've reviewed them, yes.
Rob?
Yeah, I reviewed them.
Okay. Then I'll entertain a motion.
So I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Rob will second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Bob?
I'm going to abstain because I did not review the minutes. I apologize to my board members.
Okay, no problem. Lillian?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
Jim's and I. Motion carries 4 in favor. 1 abstain. I'll entertain a motion to close the regular planning board meeting. To open the hearing, the first hearing.
I'll make a motion to close the regular planning board meeting to be reconvened after this first hearing, and open the first hearing scheduled for 5:05 for 107R Carver Street.
We have a second?
Jason will second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Bob?
Aye.
Lillian?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
Jim's an aye. Okay, it's 5:05. I'm going to open the continued hearing. The nature of the hearing is to consider the petition of John Playcheck, applicant and owner seeking site plan approval under section 6.3 of the Granby zoning bylaws applicable to the section 3 regulation 3.5 uses regarding private garage or stables exceeding 1,200 square feet in area for a detached garage for hobby storage at 107R Carver Street, Granby, Mass. Okay. Is the applicant on?
No.
Is there anyone here representing this application? Okay, this is the second time we've continued this hearing.
Jim, you
think,
email that he
Go ahead.
sent to Kathy?
pardon me?
Got the email he sent to Kathy to send to us on March 23rd? I can read you what he said on there.
Could you please?
Okay, he said, I talked to the building inspector and now I'm just taking 10 feet off the building, so I don't have to go for any of the special permits anymore. So
Okay, so
close
he
out
did
the
not.
meeting?
So he did not ask to withdraw.
No.
So I would entertain a vote to deny this application. I think that's the best way to address it, unless somebody else has comments on it.
I don't.
Is the board, I mean, I haven't, obviously, I don't think the board has heard from the building inspector whether or not that is the case with regards to that particular project. But I am aware that based on what the chair has suggested or said, there hasn't been a request to withdraw the permit application. However, I think understanding, oh wait, this is not a special permit. This is a site plan review, right? Yeah.
Special permit. It's a special permit.
But the planning board's responsibility in this particular permit is for special site plan. The ZBA has issued their denial of the special permit. But with regards to 107 Carver, which is the oversized garage, the planning board's responsibility was to the site plan, correct?
Okay, follow you.
My suggestion is usually to withdraw or have the planning board withdraw without prejudice, then act on that. However, understanding this is a site plan, I guess if the board wanted to entertain that motion, this wouldn't necessarily deter the applicant from applying again with a different plan, if he had to.
So you're saying, Ken, that the planning board can withdraw the application without
They can-
prejudice?
They can act to do that on their own accord, if they wish to.
Okay,
And
it doesn't have to come from the applicant.
it doesn't have to.
Okay.
If the planning board wishes to. The only concern I had with regards to that was if it was the special permit. But because then the applicant would be forced to abide by the zoning act, which would require 2 years pass by before a special permit of a similar application be accepted and overseen through the special permit and site plan review process. But because this is a site plan review, if the board wanted to entertain a denial of that, the applicant would be able to readdress the board if they needed to if they wanted to still apply for a permit based on the zoning bylaw.
But only after 2 years.
Not for a site plan review.
Okay.
I mean, in effect, because the zoning board of appeals has denied that, they would have to navigate that with regards to the zoning board of appeals decision. But because the planning board is only overseeing this particular permit review of site plan, they wouldn't need to abide by those same rules.
Okay, so what would your recommendation be? Would be to make a motion, Ken, to that the planning board withdraws the application for this without prejudice and leave it such as that? Would that be the best, cleanest way, rather than a denial?
I think that would
I
be.
don't know.
Go ahead.
Ken, I don't know how we can withdraw somebody else's application. I know what you're saying.
Mhm.
It's been denied by zoning. I think the cleanest way for us to do is just deny the application
Okay.
based on that. To withdraw on somebody else's behalf, even though it's a site plan, just a site plan.
The board we may want to just reinforce some of the reasonings why we are denying, or the board is choosing to deny, or at least, making a motion to deny the permit, the site plan review, understanding that, yes, the conformance to the special permit is required based on your site plan review standards. But for the purposes of creating the denial decision, I just want to ensure that if there are additional comments that are specific to the site plan review process, other than the special permit not being in conformance with a special permit, that's important to note so that I can add that to the decision.
Okay, let me throw this out into the mix. Would it be best to get a hold of the applicant and ask him for a letter to formally withdraw without prejudice? Would that be a lot cleaner than everything we're discussing, and we just continue this to the next meeting?
It's up to the board whether or not they want to entertain that. I think that it would afford the opportunity for the applicant to really address the issues, especially if the board is left hanging with that particular statement that was shared with the assistant town administrator. If there was conversation with the building inspector with regards to this permit, I think that the opportunity to explore that or understand that better, if that is in fact the case, would be helpful, I think, to the board.
Okay, so what do we want to do, folks?
I don't know, Bob, personally, I kind of like the idea of reaching out to the applicant, let him withdraw it if that's the case, and let's not. I think it'll be cleaner cut doing it that way. That's my input on it.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay. I'll
Okay,
entertain a motion.
Then I'll make a motion to continue this public hearing for 107R Carver Street to our next meeting, which would be Monday, April 26th at 5:05 p.m. So that the applicant can address if he wants to, if they want to formally remove the application without prejudice. Is that what we're asking? Or is that what we're all saying?
Yes.
Okay, that's my motion.
We have a second.
Jason will second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Bob,
Aye.
Lillian,
Aye.
Rob,
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
And Jim's an aye. So the hearing is now continued, and we've resumed to our regular planning board meeting.
I'll make a motion to close the regular planning board meeting to reconvene after this next public hearing scheduled for 5:15 this evening.
Do we have a second?
Jason will second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Bob,
Aye.
Lillian,
Aye.
Rob,
Aye.
Jason,
Aye.
Jim's an aye. Okay, before we start, I'm going to recuse myself for the zoning hearings, and I'm going to turn the meeting over to Vice Chair Bob Sheehan. I'm going to sign off now.
Okay. I am making a disclosure that I filed with the town clerk today, a disclosure of appearance of conflict of interest as required by General Law C 268A. I think it's subsection 23B3. This is on file with the town clerk. I did some work for one of the parties that has property on East Street, and that property is affected partially by this proposed zone change. I, however, did not do any work within the area of the zone change. With that being said, we will open the public hearing in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 5, and Chapter 41, Section 81Q, and the bylaws of the town of Granby, that Granby Planning Board will hold a virtual public hearing using GoToMeeting on April 12, 2021 at 5:15 p.m. The nature of this hearing is to present and discuss proposed amendments to the bylaws of the town of Granby, Volume 3, Chapter 21, zoning bylaws, and Granby zoning map. Before we get started, whoever may be online with us, I asked, number one, Lil, I would ask you to call on the people as you can see who's there. Number two, when you are called upon, please state your name, your address, and let's try to make everything quick. Go ahead, Will.
I believe they'll have to let me know in the chat if they want to talk. I don't see any place on here where they can raise their hand like in Zoom, so.
Okay. What I'm going to do is now I'm going to open, we have many different sections of this public hearing. I'm going to open Article 1, which amends the zoning map of the town of Granby, Volume 3, Chapter 21, Zoning Bylaws, Section 2, Zoning Districts, Section 2.1, District Location and Boundaries by amending the Granby zoning map and expanding the industrial district as described below. Amend the Granby zoning map by rezoning in its entirety parcels as follows. Assessor's map 5E or 5-E-1, 5-E-2, 5-E-3, 5-ED-13 from residential single-family units, parentheses RS, to industrial as shown on the map. Is there any discussion?
Do we just speak up, or I don't understand how this is working?
Is this Connie?
Can you hear me, Lil?
Yeah, which, okay, say something again, because your name is not showing up on the,
On the phone, because I can't, I'm on Zoom, but I put that number and it's not working. So I don't know how to get on this meeting unless I
Okay,
have to
wait.
download Go Meeting.
no, you're all set. You're on the meeting.
We can hear you.
And what was your name again?
Okay, I'm Daphne Kamenides over on East Street in Granby. I don't really have a discussion on amendment on this zoning area, but I just want to make sure that the residents over in that area are familiar with what's going on.
Well, this, ma'am, this has been publicly advertised.
Right, in a town which not many people get, but was were these
No,
sent form?
it was also advertised, I believe, probably in the Sentinel, possibly in the Reminder, the Town Reminder, probably the Town Reminder, maybe not the Sentinel. So it has been posted.
Did they receive a letter from the Town of Granby Planning Board?
No, ma'am.
Well, don't you think they should be aware of this if it pertains to their residents?
Well, ma'am, that's why we do the public notices in the newspaper.
Okay.
Okay, is there anybody else online that would like to discuss the area off of New Ludlow Road regarding changes going from the residential single-family units to the industrial?
Yes, I would.
Yes, we would also.
I would also.
I would also.
Okay. Okay, if you could start off, state your name, your address, and what your concerns are, or what
My
your
name's
questions might be.
J. Kennedy, 107 Morgan Street. I'm on the dead end side of Morgan Street. So mainly, what's what's the plan? What's your idea for business to be able to go into there? Because in my mind, rezoning obviously has a future plan for what you want or hope to be there to create a different tax base other than unoccupied swampland.
You have basically answered your own question, Jason. That's what we're looking to do, is if we can get any kind of a tax structure, tax base here in town that's going to help all our residents, that's kind of what we're looking to do, especially since we're industrial across the street at the old landfill. We're just trying to help everybody out.
I understand that. Money for the town is great until it's in your backyard. You have to take in mind the people that live and have bordered that property for generations. A lot of people on New Ludlow Road have bordered that property forever and have put their lives and children and tax money galore towards the town. So I hope you take into account what they wish to happen there. The last thing we want, again, I'm on the dead end side, so my fear would be like an access on my street, the dead end side. There's too much traffic on New Ludlow Road already with trucks. Never mind if they were to come up and down the dead end side to access whatever an industrial park would be, whether it's an Amazon warehouse or a sand pit with trucks and dump trucks running all day long. That's the last thing that people in this area would want for a little bit extra tax dollars. I'd much rather prefer a way to build houses there. And I know that's probably out of the question, just considering the status of the land. So my concern is to be completely honest with what you guys hope and expect and what would probably happen to that area for the residents that border that and have for generations, like I said. So that's my main concern is, a little extra money isn't worth, I don't know. I just shit can in the neighborhood in my, sorry, excuse my French, in my estimation. All right.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your response. And it's duly noted. And that is the whole reason that we have these public hearings, is for the public input.
Thank you.
So, nothing has been, this all has to go to town meeting. If we decide to send it, we meaning the planning board, decide to send it to town meeting, it has to be approved by the people that attend town meeting. And Ken, is it a 2/3 vote that's required?
Yes, because it is a zoning amendment, it requires 2/3 vote of the town meeting.
Okay. So there are other layers here that are involved.
Okay. Thank you for the info.
I would just like to
Thank you.
My name's Kim Kibbe. I live on 19th Street, the dead side as well. Myself and our other two neighbors here are strongly opposed to turning that into any kind of industrial for, basically for traffic, and the value of our health will go down. Just everything that the reason why we moved is to be on a dead end street. That's why we pay what we paid to move here. And I can't stress strongly we oppose this industrial zone.
Hi, can I kind of get on board with this as well?
Sure.
Okay, my name is Carol Russell. I live on the corner of the ever busy intersection of East Street and New Ludlow Road. I am absolutely, totally opposed to rezoning out here. If anybody would like to come and sit here between the hours of 3 and 8 at night and try to pull out of the driveway without anything extra going on in the area, you go right ahead. Absolutely opposed. And go ahead.
Ms. Russell, I would assume that you're primarily talking about the East Street rezoning and the New Ludlow Road rezoning. Right now, we're discussing the industrial area down near the South Hadley line.
Is that the one down by the landfill?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and who am I speaking to?
This is Bob Sheehan.
Hi, Bob. I think we know each other.
I think so.
Yeah, so I'll wait my turn, but yeah.
Bob,
Okay.
are you talking about industrial on both sides of New Ludlow Road or just the one facing the base?
Well, the proposed amendment is for the one just on the base side of New Ludlow Road. The other side, and can you correct me if I'm wrong? Most part of it is already zoned industrial.
That's correct. And if you don't mind, Mr. Vice Chair, I will share my screen. I do have the ability to do that. So this
Sure,
might be
thank you.
helpful for the purposes of just getting acquainted with the physical site. Let me share that.
While you're doing that, I would ask anybody else who is not talking right now to please mute your phone so we will not get all the feedback. Your phone or your computer. Thank you.
To do what?
To mute your phone or your computer, because we're getting, if you move just a tiny bit, you're going to cut off whoever's talking.
Okay, I get you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Vice Chair, the map is on the screen, and I am using my cursor here to circle the proposed article.
Unfortunately, Ken, if you were waiting for a response from me, I do not have you on the screen. But I do have a copy of the map of all the paperwork that was forwarded to the planning board.
Okay.
Hi, this is Elle Laguerre from 23 New Ludlow Road, right near the South Hadley line. I'm not too crazy about, any more industrial planning happening across the way from us. I've got 2 young toddlers with autism who, in order for us to go have a place to go play freely, we have to go to Dufresne's. And with more traffic, it would just be more of a safety hazard and a concern for us.
Okay, so noted.
How come on zoning map 1, it says move it from residential single family to industrial? And you're saying to me it always was industrial.
This
No,
is
ma'am.
a proposed zoning map. So this is if the town were to approve the zoning change, this is what the map could look like.
So it's not industrial now.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Carol Russell again from 156 New Ludlow Road.
Sure.
Okay, has anyone in town bothered to do a traffic study out here?
No, ma'am.
I think that would be something that we should do, because this whole strip is not going to be able to support any added traffic between the trucks that are going in and out by the landfill all the time. And it's like a racetrack on New Ludlow Road in general. And then you add the burden. Are they going to clean up any, like the intersections, put stoplights, or has anybody bothered to look at the traffic out here?
Ms. Russell, I believe in the past what we've done when a company has suggested they might entertain the fact of coming into Granby, sometimes in the past we have ordered a traffic study to be done before approving their permit.
In this area here?
No, not in this area, but in other,
right.
in other areas here in town.
My suggestion as a longtime resident is that before you even think about adding any industrial or commercial stuff in this area on this side of town, a traffic study would be really a smart thing to do. Because we're taking the burden from the jail and all the traffic that comes from Chicopee, all of New Ludlow Road, all the way up and over into Ludlow. And it's increased. I've been here 30 years. It's increased so much, like 20 times what it used to be. And it's loud. There's so many trucks. So if you add putting industries on New Ludlow Road down to the town line of South Hadley, my guess is you might really want to either move over here so you can deal with it, or have a traffic study done. That's my suggestion. That's my thoughts.
So noted.
Thank you.
How come this is only going up to Morgan? What are you doing for the rest of New Ludlow Road?
Oh, honey, they've got this whole corner covered too.
How are they gonna factor in all the traffic if Westover has a show?
Oh, I don't even think they've thought this through.
Westover has had shows, and they've handled the traffic.
Really? Do you live here on this corner?
No,
And
ma'am.
they've handled the traffic? You can't even get out of my driveway. Have you come up and down New Ludlow Road at all?
Ms. Russell,
traffic
we're
is
not going to get into an argument about that.
I'm not.
That point.
What I'm trying to say is, it's something if you don't live over here and have to deal with it day in and day out, in the night, day in and day out, and for the town to actually think it's just okay because why not? No.
No, that is not the thought process that went behind this. The thought process was to utilize pieces of property that could help generate revenue to the town via taxes.
Well, I've been complaining about that for years. And my question is, there's so many empty spaces in town. Why would you pick a street that has there's like no control out here? There's never any police over here. There's nothing that stops all this traffic. There's plenty of other spots in town where there's plenty of advantages.
Okay.
Yeah, too. You have sewage and water.
You got everything out there. Why are you going to put it in a residential, try to rezone a residential area?
Okay.
I'm perplexed, and no traffic study has been done. Is there on the corner? Question down by E Street and Morgan Street. Can I ask a question?
We are not at that phase of this public hearing yet. Thank
All righty.
you. Do any of the other board members have anything to interject here? Apparently not.
If I
Okay.
may, Mr. Vice Chair, with
Yes, Ken.
regards to these particular map amendments, I know that the board has entertained comments from the Economic Development and Growth Committee for the town, and this satisfies some of the opportunities that were explored in the town's master plan in 2016. So with regards to some of the map changes, I think that is the why the board is looking at these particular changes.
That is indeed correct.
Also, you guys, this is Carol Russell again. You do know that that's like complete wetlands from my corner all the way down to the South Hadley line on both sides. It's nothing but water.
That is up for the Conservation Commission to handle.
Okay. Yep. Just letting you know.
Mhm. Okay. Anybody else?
Bob? This is Kathleen Bronner, 46 Morgan Street in Granby.
Yes, Kathy.
Hi. Hey, listen, one of the things that I thought about when looking at, and in full disclosure, I'm also chair of the Zoning Board of Appeals, just for people who are on, so also get to volunteer for the town. One of the things I'd like, and maybe someone on the planning board could address, and maybe this might be helpful to members in the area, because I have some concerns about the other zoning changes, and I do, since I'm on the other side of Morgan Street, I am aware we're a busy street too, in New Ludlow Road, taking a left-hand turn onto New Ludlow Road from Morgan Street is a challenge. You go right to go left, right? But could you, from someone on the planning board, talk about the master plan in regards from 2016, not in great detail, but what I'd like to see is we have zone business area up and down 202, and is there plans to really develop the areas that have been zone business? That we do have a high rate of taxes, and I know it is a challenge for many community members, and we do need to bring in business income, but I would like us to see developing the areas that are already zoned business, and whether it's through incentives or other activities to attract business to town, rather than encroaching in residential areas where people really have chosen to live in a certain area because of the residential nature. So I don't know if anyone on the planning board can, speak to that. Thank you.
I agree.
Totally agree.
Absolutely
Thank
agree.
Ken, do you have any thoughts on that?
As the consultant who helped prepare the well, I didn't sit on that staff who helped prepare the update to the master plan, but in review of the master plan and identifying those goals and strategies, it is very clear based on some of the changes that the town has made and has approved in the past with regard to the 202 corridor, that it's obviously that is where you have been looking at in the past for either increased intensity of development. However, I think it may be worthwhile to look closer at the master plan with regards to the specific parcels that may have been identified. I think this comes generally from discussions that may have happened with the Economic Development and Growth Committee, as well as the Town Select Board. I can't attest to the sentiment of the town when the town was working on the master plan in 2016, but it seems like Ms. Bronner did suggest that with regards to 202, and you and the board may have a clearer idea based on the articles that you are currently exploring, and as you mentioned, would require 2/3 of the town to approve that. That could help with the economic development that you are trying to seek.
May I make a statement, a comment?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Sure. That's my question is twofold, and I don't want to give up confidentiality. What's on my end of it? Why has Granby had the reputation of our planning and zoning and our selectmen and all of them that we seem to push, we've always seemed to push interested businesses away a lot for years, not for an hour and a half. And I'm not going to discuss who I know that's told me that, but I've heard from many people. Also,
well, I don't think that this forum is, I don't think that this forum is the place to discuss that. We are merely discussing
but I'm getting back to that, if I may.
Okay.
who has approached the town as to the new Ludlow Road strip as far as their interest in business? That the town never moves on anything. Obviously, there's got to be a catalyst here, a conduit.
If I'm not mistaken, the planning board received a letter from the Board of Selectmen and possibly the Economic Development Committee to consider this parcel. Is that correct, board members?
Bob, this
Whoever
is
has-
Jason.
I can't get blamed for that.
Bob, this is Jason here.
Yes.
As far as I recall, that's what I think we decided.
Okay.
Hey, Bob, this is Rob. Yeah, I think I agree with Jason. I think that's, we got those recommendations from the other town boards.
Okay.
Yeah, there must be something that's brewing. That's my thought process.
Okay. Is there any other input?
Has
Questions,
that
comments?
sold?
Excuse me?
I'm just questioning if that parcel of land that we're talking about has been sold, because I know that it was for sale. Is it?
I
heard that it is.
have,
I've heard that it is.
I have,
Okay.
okay, I have no knowledge of that.
Thank you.
And I don't know
I
if
have-
any of the other board members do.
I have heard that a large chunk of it has been sold.
Okay.
Okay.
I was wondering if this is why this transpired.
That's right.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, this is Connie.
Got it.
This is Connie Dusso from East Street. I missed a little bit of this because I was having trouble getting the voice and everything. I don't know if this was asked. Was this section picked probably because they want to also put sewerage system up New Ludlow Road and then have it come onto East Street?
No.
No?
I don't believe that was the case. The
No.
that whole sewer deal kind of got squashed a number of years ago, and to my knowledge, there has not been any forces that are reviewing that or bringing that back.
But why wouldn't the town want to really magnify the 202 corridor that already has all the appropriate things that they need, rather than coming out on New Ludlow Road? I'm just perplexed.
Well, unfortunately, Route 202 does not have everything. I mean, the sewer
Well,
stops at the intersection of 202 and Pleasant Street. I'm sorry, the sewer goes up to the top of Fins Hill. I'm sorry. They're trying to bring a water line in from South Hadley. I don't know what the status on that is, but unfortunately, all the infrastructure that you need for or to entice, I think that word was used earlier, to entice businesses is not in place, unfortunately.
Right.
That's
they're
why
not
I
in-
need.
either.
So there are a lot of, just letting you guys know, just to kind of, as I'm certain you're all aware of, the rumors going around are not good in favor of the community, the town. Also, there's a lot of rumors going around about who stands to gain in this and who stands not to gain in this, and really it's a kind of a cavalier suggestion to do all this and not really do the things that they need to do, their due diligence.
Well,
Just
that's
saying,
why-
those are the
Well,
rumors going around.
And honesty,
Well,
you know,
Ma'am,
we're all here. We all need the truth.
right. You know, I am not aware of any of this, these rumors, if you will. I don't know if any of my fellow board members are. We have not heard
I'm pretty sure they are,
of any.
to
of
be quite
anything
candid with you, but
Okay.
I have
Where
one
do
more.
we get this 2016 economic development plan?
The master plan?
Yes,
Why
Where's
does
that?
everybody keep referring like it's a Bible?
Because that's what it's called, is the master plan.
Right.
Do we have access?
Yes, I believe it's on the town website. It should be.
I didn't know it went back as far as 2016, but I'll look for it again.
I couldn't find it. The website, has it been updated anytime recently?
That I cannot answer. Okay, is there any more discussion relevant to this article?
So the article should have a clause in there that anything that goes in there has to be approved by all the abutters.
Absolutely.
Okay,
agree.
any other comments? Anything from the board members? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to the next article, which is Article 2, amends the zoning map of the town of Granby, Volume 3, Chapter 21, Zoning Bylaw, Section 2, Zoning Districts, Section 2.1, District Locations and Boundaries by amending the Granby zoning map, overlaying the professional overlay, office overlay district as described below. Amend the Granby zoning map by overlaying the professional office overlay district on parcels on both sides of Pleasant Street between Barton Street and East Street, and on both sides of East Street between Pleasant Street and New Ludlow Road, not exceeding a depth of 300 feet to the rear property line.
And can you bring up that map, please?
So the map is there. I'm just going to move the map to this proposed article, which is this corridor.
So can someone explain what they mean by overlaying the
Wait,
professional
wait.
office?
Please, if you're going to address the board, please state your name and address, please.
Carol Russell, 156 New Ludlow Road. Does this include the area where Morgan Street and East Street intersect?
Yes, ma'am.
So that property, is that the property that sits on the corner where Maplewood Kennels is? Does one of your chair people own that property?
Yes, yes, and he has recused himself from this discussion.
Well, he's making a wine there, right? He's already making wine there.
Well, the question is that it's a conflict of interest for him. I would believe that going back to all
that
my...
is an issue. Ms. Russell, that is an issue. Ms. Russell, that is already an issue that he has dealt with, hence his recusal for this discussion.
Right. Just for the note, totally opposed to, well, not in favor.
Thank you very much for your input. Anybody else? Name and address, please.
Bob, it's Kathleen Bronner, 46 Morgan Street.
Yes, Kathy.
Here's a question. I want the two observations on this. So for clarity, the change in the zoning is going from the corner of Barton Street, basically all the ways down East Street to the intersection of New Ludlow Road, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in one of the maps,
To a depth,
Kathy,
Kathy, to a depth of 300 feet.
Okay.
Does that matter, really?
Okay, Bob. So in one of the maps, when I was looking at it, it looks like the 300 feet, does it cross over onto Morgan Street, the back of Morgan Street?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So one of the things that I'm concerned about is that when I was, obviously I'm 46 Morgan Street, is that from Barton Street right up to New Ludlow Road and even going beyond there, I counted there's at least 6 to 8 antique colonial homes, plus it's fully a residential area. And it is a busy street. But I do think making this change is very problematic. And I'm certainly, because I am a resident on Morgan Street, is that for many years that we have, that's a busy street, but it has been pastoral land, but now we have new housing, really spectacular housing going up on Morgan Street. And that also I'm thinking that there'll be additional building on the street. So making a change at this point, one, I think East Street itself, that good portion between Barton and all the ways up to Pleasant Street, there's some really classic colonial homes that really, that area needs to be preserved, not changed. But also there are other residential homes all up and down that street. And I would be concerned at bumping onto Morgan Street also, because certainly I have a vested interest living down the road on it, but also with the new homes just under construction right now on that street. So I just wanted to share my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. And folks, just so you know, we are not making a decision tonight. This is merely an information gathering session open to the public.
That's
Okay?
correct. We understand.
And you also, any resident that is registered to vote, I believe, can attend town meeting and voice their opinion as well at town meeting regarding these different articles. As it was said earlier during the previous article, that these amendments have to pass by a 2/3 vote at town meeting, just to remind everybody, or for new people that have just signed on.
Hi, this is Connie Duso at 158
Yes,
East
Connie.
Street. You're the ones who decide whether to move it on, though, right? I mean, if you people don't decide to move it on, it ends. So really, this is actually, I understand what you're saying, but this phase is really very important. It's the so-called nipping it in the bud. So I don't really think we should downplay this like this, because sometimes—
I am not downplaying it. I am merely stating the facts of the procedure for these amendments to become actual bylaws accepted by the town of Granby.
One more thing.
I'm not downplaying.
Can I fit just one more part to that? This is
Yes,
Connie
Ms.
again.
Duso.
What determines your decision whether to move it on? Does it determine by the number of people right now who are against it? I mean,
No.
what actually determines you deciding whether to move it up to the next level?
After listening to the public hearing, or listening to the public at the public hearing, we will have to have a meeting to discuss and whether it moves forward. As you said, it could die right here. It won't die this evening, I can tell you that much, because the board hasn't had a chance to discuss what the input was from you, the resident.
Carol Russell, New Ludlow Road.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with what you're saying, Connie, and I believe that downplaying the importance of voicing our opinions at this forum is vastly important, because it would be the recommendation of these people that are sitting here listening to what we have to say as to whether or not it does get moved forward or not. Am I right or wrong?
Ms. Russell, if I may, I don't believe anybody is downplaying any of your comments. Your comments are respected and duly noted and taken into consideration, and will be taken into consideration
So
by the planning board.
I'd like to
I
think
do
that
as
that's
well.
true. If I may, my only concern
ma'am.
was the fact that the chair of the, that has a vested interest in this whole thing.
Ma'am, we
I
are
just want
not
you to
gonna
know
discuss
that's the
that.
rumor. Okay, that's the rumor going around
I
town.
understand. I understand that, and Mr. Tromke has indeed dealt with that issue and has formally recused himself from any discussion regarding this.
Okay, thank you. What I ask you
Go
about
ahead.
the 300-foot depth? What does that really mean? In that, once you destroy all of that property, really,
Well,
what does that 300-foot buffer?
It all depends on what side of the fence you're standing on. Are you destroying it or are you improving it? With the 300-foot
I don't think
depth
taking
chart,
anything from
ma'am,
from wild
ma'am,
we've destroyed.
ma'am, that is your opinion, and we'll
You're
agree to disagree, Carol. But
yeah, I know. And you
what
and I
it'll-
have
what it'll-
agreed.
what it'll- yeah.
You've only known me
what
like
it'll-
a minute of 30 years.
Yeah. But what it allows a builder to do, or somebody that wants to develop a piece of property, it allows them, the 300-foot depth allows them parking, deliveries, a building, of course. So that's where the 300-foot came up from, as well as I believe the 300-foot setback is mimicked from the Route 202 corridor bylaws. Is that correct, Ken?
That's correct. It does
Is
not.
that Ken Brook?
No, this is Ken.
No, ma'am.
Comey. I serve as the planning board's consultant.
Okay. I just like to know who I'm.
You're right, Mr. Vice Chair. The 300-foot encroachment onto both sides of East Street and Pleasant Street up north of that would be would reflect what the town has passed with regards to the other overlays along Route 202 that have been
As
adopted.
a precedent.
As a precedent, correct.
My old newspaper days,
I have a question, Bob.
Yes, who am I speaking with, please?
Daphne Kamenides on East Street. Can you explain to the listeners this professional office overlaying the professional office? Are you saying that someone that has a medical building could put up there? Are you saying someone that works out of their home? Or are you saying just business alone, standalone building that's a business? What do you clarify as professional?
Okay, if you will, bear with me. Ken, do you have the definition at your fingertips regarding professional?
I'm currently looking for that in the bylaw to discuss, to relay to the.
Well, while he's looking at that, can you explain why it's not exceeding 300 feet on the residential down on New Ludlow Road? Why doesn't that say 300 feet?
We're not to the New Ludlow Road, the next article yet, but that one also says 300 feet.
Article.
I think the previous one.
Yeah, the previous one. Why doesn't
the
that
previous one?
feet?
Because we were just looking at that chunk of land. That's all, based on what Economic Development Committee.
And
we're right.
everyone, before your next meeting, everyone should get a copy of all these bylaw changes, zoning changes, and mail them directly to their home, because people do not read the paper today. They do not read the News Town Reminder or
Thank you.
Sentinel. It's only like 5 pages.
I
but
think all the
people-
residents should get one.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, so with regards
Yes,
to
Ken.
the professional office overlay district, Again, it's an overlay, so the underlying zoning, which is residential single-family units, is also an opportunity for the property owners to develop to that code. However, should the property owner want to develop within the guidelines of the professional office overlay district, the particular uses that are allowed in this district include physician, funeral director, surgeon, dentist, lawyer, chiropractor, accountant, architect, psychologist, engineer, practicing individually or as in a group, insurance offices, consultants, financial services, administrative offices, and real estate offices, and similar professional offices of a similar nature, which generate similar impacts. And that is taken from your zoning bylaw section 4.63.
Thank you,
That's
Ken.
a lot to put in a residential area.
Yep. Carol Russell, 156 New Ludlow Road. Any chance, like if someone were to if along the previously discussed overlay and this one that you're discussing now, so they could buy a parcel and they could put a 7-story building on it? If it was
there's also other bylaws within the town that would not allow that to happen, Carol.
Okay, just wondering, because in the flight path here for Westover, you can't even fly a kite.
Okay.
And-
Anybody else? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. That's all right.
Okay, anybody else?
Hi, I'm Liz Bean at 137 Pleasant Street.
I'm sorry, what was your name again, please?
Liz Bean.
Yes, ma'am.
137 Pleasant Street. I would just like to say that I'm opposed for it becoming an industrial area from a single family. I moved to Granby probably about 5 years ago, and we specifically moved here because we liked the town and the more quieter lifestyle. So to see any type of business further down on this street, I would not like to see that. That's all.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Yeah, hello. It's Ian LeClaire, 148 Pleasant Street.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say that I am opposed to having any of this be industrial. I like it to stay single family residential, and that's it.
Well, just to clarify, the Pleasant Street area would not be industrial. It'd be a oh my goodness, professional business overlay.
It's still the same thing. It draws all the traffic.
Yeah, there's already enough traffic.
Okay, so noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just, butt in here a minute? The two last people that have spoke that are from Pleasant Street, did you receive anything from the Town of Granby Planning Board letter about this zoning change to your mailbox?
Ma'am, that is not your business to ask those questions. I'm going to stop you right there.
On East Street, and I'm just why no one's received it on anywhere else.
Nobody has received letters from the planning board. This
I
was
have
all.
one right here. And everyone on East Street has received this letter.
You need to rephrase it because he's being technical. Has anyone received anything from the town pertaining to these changes? Because he's going by committee.
No,
so what you want to ask is, has anybody from the town sent letters to everyone?
That's what I want.
Am I right?
Excuse me, everybody. Fellow members of the board, are you aware that there was a mailing? Is anybody aware that a mailing was sent out?
Mr. Vice Chair, I believe I just interjected Ms. Kemiss, but I did suggest to the town assistant town administrator to send the public notice It is not required by zoning act to inform the residents with regards to zoning changes. That's the state act. However, I suggested to the town, to the best of their ability, to send notices to everyone that would be affected by a proposed zone change. I don't know if Ms. Camus, if you had anything extra to say to that, but that's what I suggested to Ms. Leonard.
And we thank you for that.
I believe Kathy sent all the abutters all the information.
Okay.
By law, that's all that we're required to do.
I think it's, yeah.
Okay,
Carol
well,
Russell.
Carol, excuse me for just a second, Carol. To my earlier statements, I apologize to my constituents. I was not aware that a letter was sent out. I apologize. Okay, Carol, what would you like to say?
Yeah, my thought process is this is a small community. And first of all, I feel sad that you're not aware of it. Secondly, I would think that all the residents in this town should be sent a letter about what's going to happen or what is proposed to be happening or the thought process, because if it's going to go for two-thirds majority vote, doesn't everybody in town have the right to know about this?
Yeah, maybe I'm going to stick my foot in my mouth again and say it's going to be public notice and it'll be advertised. All the articles at
a lot of people meeting. Just don't. Yeah, a lot of people just grab their mail. I used to work for the newspaper. I'm out of business. I don't work for the paper because people stop buying the newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my. I think that it would be nice if the residents in town that are expected to vote have knowledge of this.
What about the people on New Ludlow Road? They didn't get anything.
No, they didn't. It stopped with my street.
Okay.
It stopped at my door.
There's also the expense to the town of sending something to everybody.
Well, they've cut enough. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to make it fair.
Yeah.
I think the town, if I may, Mr. Vice Chair, the town may explore, the town can explore a policy if they would like with regards to any sort of zoning map change or any sort of zoning bylaw change to inform all the residents. It isn't required by the zoning act for the state to notify abutters. It is one of the downfalls, I believe, with regards to the bylaw, to the state act. However, should the town want to do that, I think that is a duly noted comment with regards to sending everyone in town these types of zoning map or zone changes.
That would be wonderful.
Okay, is there any more comment on the particular article at hand?
Yes, my name is Gary Benson. I live on 126 East Street. I would like to know that if by rezoning that there's a possibility that a solar panel farm could be erected on these sites.
Mr. Benson, the town of Granby adopted new solar bylaws, what was it, in 2019, I believe. So those bylaws are in effect for the town of Granby, and a solar company would have to abide by those bylaws.
Yeah.
And two other issues is I concur with the people who have concerns about traffic. And the other thing is that corner property on the corner of East Street and New Ludlow Road. I believe the person whose name was Kelly Boisvert years and years ago, I know he owned it. I believe he died. I think he owned taxes on it. I believe now the town of Granby owns that corner property. Is that correct? Do you know that?
I do
corner?
not know the answer to that
Is that my
question.
corner? I'm sorry, Carol Russell. I live on New Ludlow Road and East Street.
Yes, that corner there.
Yes. That whole big area right there? That's been parceled off. Different parcels have been sold.
She's talking about that house, right?
Oh, that
No.
piece of crap house I've been trying to get torn down? Yes.
Oh, there's no house on this corner property.
No, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, that's been parts of it. It's a wetlands.
Wetlands,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, part of it is wetland.
It's all wet. Yeah.
Well, not all
Okay.
of it, but half of it is. But I was just wondering that whether it's the
Excuse me.
town of Granby that owns that.
I don't think so.
I do not know the answer to that question. I don't. Does any of the board members?
This is Jason here. I am not aware of that.
It's directly
Thank you,
across from my house.
Okay. I don't know. Okay.
Oh.
Any other discussion on this article?
Bob, I have a chat message here from Marianne Munger. She wants to know, she's on 12 Smith Avenue. Did the planning board estimate the additional revenue to the town that would be produced by the proposed zoning changes?
I do not believe that we made we did a projection on that. Ken, is that correct?
No, there was no projection of possible revenues due to the zone change.
Right.
Carol Russell, again, me, the pain in the butt.
Yes.
So I'm just, because I'm OCD and I'm a very planning type of person, it doesn't seem like there's been a heck of a lot of, there's no traffic study done, there's no financial gain study done, there's not a lot really of the abutters, not everybody's been made aware. It seems very quick, very fast, very impromptu. What prompted these three zoning things? I mean, is there any way you can share that information? I mean, because it doesn't seem like it's been really procedurally thought out and to be presented, well, we've done a traffic study and we could do this, or financially we could do that. I'm not getting that vibe.
We, the planning board, were contacted by the Growth and Economic Development Committee, as well as the Board of Selectmen, to look into these possibilities. When I said the Board of Selectmen, I don't know that the Selectmen approached us regarding the Barton Street, East Street, from Barton Street down Pleasant, down East, down New Ludlow Road. I don't believe that they had contacted us about that, but they did contact us about the industrial area off of New Ludlow Road, right against the South Hadley line. So, like I said, Economic Growth Committee had recommended we look into this, and this is not something that happened very fast. I believe we started discussions on this back in June of 2020. Is that correct? Well,
in the town of Granby, that's pretty quick. I'm not being funny. I'm just being honest, or candid.
But regardless, we're getting off subject here, and I want to try to bring everybody else back. I want to bring it all back in regarding this particular article. How fast it was expedited, I don't know. I don't want to get into that. I want to discuss the article itself.
Bob, we had one in the chat from Jeremy Lashway. Has anyone considered endangered species that live in the area?
Absolutely.
That would be up to the Conservation Commission, I believe that they typically initiate the Endangered Species Act.
Mr. Vice Chair,
Yes.
This is Ken Comia. With regards to development along the corridor, if a property owner would like to develop to the standards of the professional business overlay, obviously, as you mentioned earlier, there are site plan review and special permit processes that would be in place that would require the board, whichever board, to look at those specific development applications. And as you mentioned too, the Conservation Commission, if within its jurisdiction, for parcels along that corridor or anywhere else in town, would also, there would also be a permit requirement with regards to an order of conditions being issued for any of those parcels that would require its jurisdiction. So, you know, the important note with regards to, I think, some of these if the town chooses to adopt these, still would require the site plan and special permit processes that are necessary to develop those other types of uses that are not specific to non-residential, or not specific to the residential uses in the underlying zone, which is residential single-family units.
Right. Thank you, Ken. Would any of the other board members like to speak to this? Are there any other questions regarding this particular article? If not, I'll move on to Article 3. Hearing nothing? Okay. Hearing nothing. Or
Come on, Bob, I gotta make you laugh a little bit.
Actually, hearing encouragement to move on to Article number 3. Article 3 amends the zoning map of the town of Granby, Volume 3, Chapter 21, Zoning Bylaws, Section 2, Zoning Districts, Section 2.1, District Locations and Boundaries, by amending the Granby zoning map, overlaying the mixed-use development overlay district as described below. Amend the Granby zoning map by overlaying the mixed-use development overlay district on parcels on both sides of East Street between New Ludlow Road to the town line, not exceeding a depth of 300 feet from East Street to the rear lot line, as shown on the map. I'm sorry, folks, I was kind of stumbling there. What I'd like to start with here, before we take any questions, is if Ken Camilla, our liaison with Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, could explain the mixed-use development uses.
Sure. I'm scrolling to that section of your bylaw. That so the mixed use, again, this reflects the area of town which is also in the Five Corners area, where the town has adopted a mixed use zone right at the South Hadley line to Pleasant Street on 202 and some points beyond that. But this particular section within mixed use development would require, as we've identified before with regards to the special permit and site plan that would be required for any of these types of developments if they were to come to the planning board or ZBA, depending on the jurisdiction. Those types of uses that are allowed within a mixed use district are such that the mixed use district also is also allows for two various uses on a parcel. So if there was a component of residential on top of a ground use retail, that is something that would be allowed. But some other types of uses, and this is coming from section 4.4 of the Granby zoning bylaw, Some of those uses include business services. So that's consumer mercantile credit reporting, new services, real estate offices, fast food restaurants would be allowed in mixed use
That'd be
district.
splendid.
Municipal facilities are allowed within the mixed use district. And again, this is an overlay. So the applicant would need to come to the planning board with regards to developing those types of uses within town. Personal services, professional services. So similar to the professional office overlay with regards to engineering offices, planning offices, auditing and bookkeeping, funeral services, photographic services, those types of studio type offices, live work units. And those would, they would need to comply with that, as well as any standards under that particular zoning. A use is allowed by right with site plan approval, so it still would require an approval by the planning board, are retail, restaurants, home occupations, banks. And again, this is not an exhaustive list, so this is all found in 4.44 of the Granby zoning bylaw. Live work units, civic uses, bars, and then uses permitted by the planning board.
And a strip club.
Uses permitted by planning board special permit and site plan approval. So this would require site special permit, dry cleaning, drive up services with windows associated with banks, pharmacy, and restaurants. And then there are uses that are not permitted. Industrial uses, motor vehicle sales, gasoline filling stations, adult entertainment. I think what also is important, I think, as the board has discussed in the past with regards to the area of this particular corridor that is within Westover's there's so many acronyms. Yes, the APZ, which is denoted in the joint land use study, and it is like a rectangle that kind of bisects that corridor. That any of those uses that would not be allowed within that would also need to comply. So, Mr. Vice Chair, that is not an exhaustive list of the types of uses, but those are uses that are listed in your zoning bylaw for that, for the mixed use overlay district.
Thank you, Ken.
Okay, this is Connie Duso at 158 East Street. I'm definitely against this. I'll just say that to start. I just had one question. When I moved in here like 55 years ago, I've been here a long time. Anyway, I always thought that this area was agricultural or residential. And I don't know when it became mixed use. That would have had to go before the town and be voted on, right?
Oh,
proposing
no,
that.
ma'am. No,
No?
that is what we are proposing is a mixed use. It is not currently mixed use. It is residential single. It is residential single family. We are proposing a mixed use.
Why? I mean, why?
I'm
sorry. I mean, why for this particular area? Why would you recommend? I'm not trying to be funny. I just
totally agree.
We lost a lot of tax revenue when Westover, if you will, tore down those houses. We've got traffic through there that if we can encourage some kind of business to come in to help us again with the taxes.
Working problem. 156 New Ludlow Road, Carol Russell. I live
Carol.
right up there. And
Yes, ma'am.
I'm begging you people to do a traffic study. I'm begging you before you even move this forward, because between the traffic from the jail and the traffic coming down out of Belchertown now, it is horrendous over here. And forget about how I personally feel living here, and I could have a McDonald's, a Burger King, I could have a funeral home, I could have a massage parlor,
Low-income housing, apartment.
and these are all residential houses. But forget about that. The wildlife out here is taking a beating just from that solar farm. All the animals are being shifted. All their habitats have been disturbed.
Yep.
But that's besides the point. The traffic out here, I am begging you to have somebody look at this. It's horrific.
Okay.
I'm
So
totally
noted.
against this.
Bob,
Thank you.
I have a letter to read.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
This is Will. I have a letter to read from a citizen on that street.
Yes, Will.
Okay,
Yep.
this is from Carol and Vincent Bashard, 226 Street. We received April 2nd a letter notifying us of a proposed zone change up our way. As you not know, all older people own computers or have iPhones. Not all older people do. My neighbor is in their 80s, do not. My computer and phone are old. We cannot listen in on the meeting, so I'm writing to let you know that we are opposed to a zone change up this way. It is not fair to us older people when this will affect us. The traffic up this way is terrible. There are a lot of accidents and near-miss accidents up this way from speeders coming over the hill from Ludlow. 3 of us elderly people almost got hit by cars speeding over the hill while we were crossing the street to get our mail. The solar project scratched some of their plans on some of the lots because of safety issues. Changing the zoning up this way is going to add more traffic, and people looking for those businesses could cause more accidents from people flying over the hill not paying attention. I do not want more accidents by my house or more traffic. It is hard to back out of the driveway now. I'm sure you would not want to be sitting in your living room looking at a car dealership across the street. We paid taxes in this town for over 50 years, and it is not fair to us. People move to Granby to get out of the city, not to have another Memorial Drive. Businesses belong on 202, not here. How does the make more money if businesses pay the same tax rate as homeowners? If Westover Development owns this land, they don't pay taxes, so how does Granby profit? There is a lot of wetlands and poor drainage here. Westover bought a lot more houses on Sherwood Drive and Acrebrook Drive than up this way. Why are they not in zone change? We are highly opposed to a zone change. If you have a zone change, what are we going to be looking out at our window? A McDonald's, a Starbucks, and more litter. Do you want that in your front or backyard? We are highly opposed to a zone change.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank you for reading that, Will.
You're welcome.
Carol Russell, New Ludlow Road, again.
Yes, Carol.
I am. All you guys all have to do is get in your cars and come out here and just sit out here. You're welcome to sit in my driveway. I've already had 2 people go flying through my front yard already this season because now Westover is opening up and we have the new bar down the street. So people fly through my front yard all the time. You can come out and look at the track. But if you want to really see how bad it is, come on out here. I'll make you a cup of coffee and sit out here some afternoon. That's all I'm saying. It's a terrible situation.
Okay. Thank you, Carol.
Yep.
Anybody else?
Yes, Bob, I would like to say something. I'd like to, is somebody else speaking?
I don't believe so, but who is speaking right now? Is this Kathy?
No, Daphne Camanides from East Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, first I need to be clarify. I spoke to Lieutenant Furl over there at West, said to me, your Mass Development Corporation, people that purchased that land and those houses, it was not West. So I'd like to get clarification on that. And they have nothing in the future to buy any more houses or to develop any of that land over there, the Western Mass Development Corporation.
I will apologize to you. I use the word Westover as a generic phrase. Ken, who was the firm that bought the houses or the organization through the government?
I believe that the parcels are listed as the owner as Westover Development Corporation.
Western Mass, not West. Oh, maybe it's Western Mass. Oh, it's Western Mass Development.
Oh, Western Mass.
Westover Development Corporation.
Okay.
No, I don't.
I don't think so.
Go ahead.
So regardless,
all right. Well, you call
Westover
it.
was loosely.
The real word is commercial zone. It's, let's face it, the way you're saying, restaurants and, apartment buildings, anything can go on East Street. So I was one of the lucky ones that did receive a letter from the town of Granby, and that, to my surprise, I did not even know this was going on. So I took it upon myself and I walked the whole street and met every one of my neighbors on East Street that I have been here for over 45 years, and I've never met my neighbors. It's heartbreaking because they are the most nicest people you will ever meet. And so everyone, I will tell you the stats. Out of all the homes on East Street, on the corner of New Ludlow Road, down to the town line, which there's no sign that says enter Granby Green, nothing. I mean, we just look like people come here and say, what is going on with all these black fences? They just think it's, deplorable. There were 19 residents that said no. There were 4 of them that were not home, and there were 3 that was undecided because they do not know enough about what's going on. So that's your stats, and there's no sewage on the street. It would be deplorable to have any kind of commercial zoning. East Street is the highest ticket trafficking for people, for the police department to get tickets. It's always East Street that we have the highest people that speed. And here's the elderly cannot even, only 13 houses on this street that the Granby post office can't even get their mailboxes in front of their house, and they're putting their lives in danger to cross the street. One 90-year-old man had to jump into the bedding of the street to get away from some guy that almost hit him. It's terrible, terrible. So for you to come out with this zoning while you're doing a COVID, I say we wait for this COVID. This is acting way too fast so people can go to a meeting in person and really talk about what is really happening to their town. We don't see anything that you did a spectacular job on 202 of making it so beautiful and quaint little Granby. There's not even a bicycle trail, and you want to say you're Granby Green. It's just all backwards. I'm sorry. I'm so opposed to this. And everyone else is on this street. But I'll tell you, people need to get out there and meet neighbors and take care of them, because there's a lot of elderly people out there that need help.
Carol Russell, 156.
Thank you.
I had to move my mailbox because I had a serious car accident, and my mailbox was across the street. And I couldn't get across the street fast enough. I came about 2 inches from getting killed.
Yeah. Believe it.
Thank you, Carol.
Yep.
Anybody else?
Yes. Bob?
Yes.
Rich Ordino, it's 144 East Street.
I'm sorry, I didn't get what you said.
Rich Ordino, it's 144 East Street.
Yes.
What is going to happen to the residential property values in this area?
It will stay residential.
But
No,
what are
no, property values.
go? Up or down?
The property values? Is
Our
that
property
the
value.
question?
Correct, our property values.
Ken, can you speak to that?
I cannot. I don't have any comment with regard to property values. I think, understanding that the overlays are overlays and provide the option of development for those types of uses within those overlays. There may be a property value change, but I can't speak to these particular ones.
The property value is going to plummet.
Yep. Sell now, get out.
Okay.
It's always been low.
Okay, if we could stop folks with the side comments.
Sorry, I apologize.
I appreciate your enthusiasm and your despair, but if we can
That's
just keep
pretty much
with what we have.
Thank you, Bob. It's really sad.
It is sad.
I get that feeling, Carol.
Yep.
Anybody else?
Well, let me ask you one question, Bob. Can I have the floor, please? This is Daphne again
Yes, you
from
may.
East. Is there any plans in the future to be honest with us about these parcels at the purchase out the homes, that these are going to have anything done there?
Regarding the people that bought the existing homes that were, as we loosely stated, Westover.
And I heard this could be a rumor that they had five years is up. So is there a new plan for this area with these lots?
Not to my knowledge, unless we can change some of the zoning bylaws with the mixed use development overlay.
So you're saying just a lot that's vacant from the Western Mass Development, that we can put a building in there now and make it a low-income housing, and that would be approved?
Probably.
A great question. I personally do not have an answer to that. Just being honest. Any of the other board members or Ken?
The underlying zoning and the existing zoning at the moment is single-family residential units. And I think, as was mentioned earlier, with regards to the little rectangle that Westover Air Reserve Base would also have some oversight over development of those parcels within that pathway. The current zoning is residential single-family units, so any type of development like that would have to follow within that current zoning. Any new development obviously would go through whatever process they have with regards to either rezoning or asking for a rezoning of that property or of those properties, or they would need to conform with the underlying zoning. That, I guess that's just simply put. So any future development.
Could they put solar panels on all those properties?
The single family zone, according to the Granby zoning bylaw, does allow for solar, but with a special permit and site plan approval by the planning board. So they would need to go through those processes if that is, something that they were exploring. At the same time, if the Westover Air Reserve Base had comments with regards to that type of development, they would have the opportunity to also share that with the planning board.
Carol Russell, again, the pain in the butt on the corner.
Yes, Carol.
I would like to make a request that to put the brakes on, stop the urgency, and wait till we can all meet someone else just previously mentioned that, and kind of wait till COVID subsides until we can all see one another, sit and talk to one another, and everybody gets a notice about this. I don't know what the expediency is, other than I've heard rumors of 2 different businesses that are waiting to go in. One is down here on the corner of South Street and New Ludlow Road, and the other one is down where Mr. Tromke lives. I'm not going to touch it. I'm just saying it. I would like to have us stop the urgency and wait till we, as a community, can get together and meet and talk about this in a forum after COVID, and when we get the okay to do so. I'm going to make that request.
And I
Okay.
second it.
So noted. Anybody else? Anybody else? No? Okay. Not hearing any more discussion on Article 3. I'm wondering if our chair would like to come back into the meeting with the next articles. Okay. Hopefully Jim will come back, but we'll start with Article 4. Article 4 amends the bylaws of the Town of Granby, Volume 3, Chapter 21, Zoning Bylaws, Section 3, Use Regulation Tables. Use Regulations, comma, Table 1, Schedule of Uses. 3.7, Accessory Uses, amending 3.7.4 and 3.75, private garages and stables and new size thresholds. Would anybody like to give some narrative on this?
Yeah. Explain.
What
We're gonna make-
the planning
Jen, you
what the
want to go
planning
ahead?
board
and explain that?
Yeah, I can share. So is that okay, Mr. Vice Chair?
yes.
So the planning board, I think I think there are multiple views on how to address oversized garages, which are currently in the bylaw, would require a special permit. And when I say oversized, that is, I believe it's 1,200 square feet. So anything over 1,200 square feet, and if you're in the proper zoning district, would require a special permit through the Zoning Board of Appeals and a planning and a site plan review of the planning board. With that said, the proposed language for the bylaw is to allow for basically now private garage or stables exceeding 1,600 square feet but less than 2,400 square feet in area to go through a site plan review process with the planning board. And that is in the residential single family zone, residential multifamily, general business, and the village center district. And then now, instead of 1,200 square feet, over 2,400 square feet would require a special permit by the ZBA and the site plan approval by the planning board in the residential single family district, the general business district, and the village center. So it is changing the permitting process for private garages, oversized private garages of certain sizes, now requiring only a site plan review if you are exceeding 1,600 feet but less than 2,400 square feet. But now if you are over 2,400 square feet, requiring a special permit through the Board of Appeals and a site plan approval through the planning board. Anything less than 1,600 feet would just get an administrative approval through the building department. So that is the summary of changes for this particular zoning amendment.
Thank you, Ken. Does anybody have any questions, comments?
Bob, this is Kathleen Bronner, 46
Yes,
Morgan
Kathy.
Street. I'm going to wear my chair of the ZBA hat as I speak to the proposed changes, okay? All right.
Sure.
I'm going to break it down, and I've been thinking about this. Is a 3-car, average size of a 3-car garage is around 900 to 1,000 square feet. And it has, a ZBA has been looking at, not that we want to stay in the special permit business, I'd rather be in the variance business, but a 1,200 square foot garage is a large building, especially in a residential area. And one of the things that I've been thinking is, and would like to propose to the planning board, is to maybe reframe this, or this proposal change a little bit, is maintaining, because I would say, and please, members of the planning board, correct me if I'm wrong, is that I've been back on the ZBA 2 or 3 years, and we have maybe 3 to 4 of these special permits, and probably out of the last 4, 2 of those were for barns, because we are residential, we're agricultural too. Is that what I would like to propose is maintaining in a residential area, staying with the 1,200 square feet, because it's not an overburden for either of these committees to look at. And I like the idea of having checks and balances, quite truthfully, because in a residential area, if you're putting in a 1,200, 1,500, 2,000 foot square building, and it's to be for personal use, there's a chance it may not be personal for personal use. We have to take people on their word, and we have a zoning enforcement officer. But I do think is, if we separated these out from, keep maintaining the 1,200 square foot for in a residential area, going through the same permitting and ZBA review for garages, but separating out either barns or stables, which are much larger buildings for the obvious reason, for housing any kind of livestock, is that you separate, keep the private garages in one accessory use as amendment, and then separate the stables or a garage as a separate, and up that square footage, because that would be that, and have it be for agricultural farm use. I think that would help us maintain the residential character and the agricultural character, and unnecessary burden perhaps for a farmer who wants to build a large either stable or barn to do their work. So that would be my suggestion as chair of the ZBA, is to separate this out and reformat that. The first I saw of it was when the notice came. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kathy. Anybody else? Board members, any comment?
This is Lillian Camus. Kathy, I have a question for you.
Sure.
So you're saying stay with the 1,200 square feet for barns or stables?
No, 1,200 square feet for private garages.
Okay, it's private garages, no business to be allowed.
Right, personal use.
And what size for barns and stables? Did you have anything in mind?
You know, what I was thinking, I had written down as I was looking at this, and I'm not against the 2,400 if you want to do 1,800 to 2,400, because a barn, yeah, I did more research on garages than I did on barns. That I would be fine, because we don't, for the ZBA, we really don't want to be in the special permit business. Then I would be fine almost with the 2,400 for a stable or barn for agricultural use, not for business use.
So 2,400, anything over 2,400 would
Would
require,
have to go for something, yeah, for follow the same special permit ZBA. I think it's a good double check.
okay, I just wanted to be clear.
Okay, yeah, but I was thinking more separating the garages, private homes and residential, keeping it the lower. We haven't had too many of those, where the ones that we've had to go for special permits are, I'm thinking of two, couple that came before us, that were for garages, and they would have to go through the site plan approval anyways. But I just worry upping that size in a residential area could prove problematic for that resident, that street or that area.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
Hi, this is Jim Trompe. I'm back on, guys. Kathy, you there still?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. So I get what you're saying. It makes sense. The only problem with the residential, holding the garages to 1,200, we don't have a right to do that. Attached garages can be larger than the house. They can be 6,000 square feet as long as it's attached to a dwelling. The way Massachusetts building code reads. So I think we'd have to do some more research on that. I know what you're saying, and it kind of makes sense if it's a detached garage for residential use.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if someone, they would be coming to us. Normally,
was-
what comes to us is a detached or a new garage, right?
Correct.
Right,
Correct.
so it is usually a separate building, and that would be my concern, and if you needed to define that.
I think we would, if that's the route
Yeah,
the
but
board
I
wants to
also
go.
think that we have to support the agriculture and those who, are looking to build barns or stables, and to
Well-
bring, so I'm okay with that.
Correct. And the objective was not to penalize the agricultural, the farmers or that alike, to have to go through a special permit process. They would still have to see a site plan approval to make sure that
Right.
Where they're situating it isn't going to cause any harm to abutters.
Right. Right, so, but all I'm doing is separating out a private garage for private use. And, and I did do some research more on the garage sizes. And I know we have larger cars and, we have accessory vehicles and so forth, but in a private residential area, 1,200, I mean, I could be talked up to 1,500, but that's a good size new building in a residential area. And I think, so my point is, they would still have to go to you for site plan approval for a new building, but having the double check of having it reviewed by the ZBA for a special permit, I'm not opposed to that. And it's not overwhelming. We don't get that many per year.
Okay. That would be strictly for detached private garages.
Right, because if you're building a house anyways, right, you wouldn't necessarily, that would be part of your overall plan that you'd have to get your site approval for anyways, right?
There's no site plan approval for residential.
Approval for a building permit. If it's attached.
Okay. Bob, don't let me steal the show from you. You can continue.
I got cut off while Kathy was speaking, and I had to log back in. But Jim, if you want to continue from here, that's fine with me. I need a break.
Okay.
But you, Jim, you understand what I was trying to get at, that, you know, for private garages, you know, I think 1,600 feet that's a big jump. That's a big outside detached building.
I think we can look at that. That
Yeah,
doesn't sound.
yeah.
We
But
just, these articles were just discussion amongst our board,
Yeah,
and these hearings are to take public comment, so that we can
Right.
fine tune.
yeah,
are-
that's why I just wanted to give you my feedback on it, and it's just,
Appreciate it.
yeah, no, anytime. But I just think that, you know, that we'd be sensitive to, you know, we've had a few issues where people who've done things who haven't been respectful for the neighbors on size or following the right process. So maybe I might be sensitive to that right now, but I would just say, certainly for private garages, 1,200 feet, I just haven't seen it as an overburden for the ZBA to look at these as part of, in working with the planning board, but then pulling out perhaps stables or barns for a different benchmark. So that's my suggestion to the planning board.
No, it's well noted, Kathy.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Sorry, Bob, you missed my words of wisdom.
Well, I got the gist of it, Kathy. I thank you. I just apologize. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden my phone quit. So.
Okay, so that's all I had.
Is there anybody else with any comments? How about board members? Anybody want to add or to what Kathy had to say, or anything else they'd like to enter in?
I'm all set for now.
Yeah, I'm all set for now, Rob.
Okay. And I guess we move on to Article 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Article 5 amends the bylaws of the town of Granby. Well, I'm reading this off my phone, so it's a little bit more difficult, and I don't have to work with it. Town of Granby, Volume 3, Chapter 21, Zoning Bylaw, Section 1, Authority. Purpose of definition, Section 1.2, definition by adding definition, Volume 3, Chapter 21, Zoning Bylaws 3. Okay, here we go. Use regulations, Table 1. Schedule of use 3.2, agricultural, adding 3.2.10, private event venues, and Section 5, special use. Regulations and performance standards by adding Section 5.14, private event venue, establishing standards and criteria for permitting. Amend Section 1.2 by additional definitions, private event and private event venue. Private event. An event that is periodic, special in nature, with guests in attendance, by invitation only, and not open to the public. Examples include, but are not limited to, banquet, reception, ceremony, service, or open house. Private event venue, a site facility approved by the town of Granby to conduct private events by renting or leasing private parties on a commercial basis. Amend section 3.2 by adding use 3.2.10 private event venue, permitting these uses in our RS zone by special permit and site plan approval from the planning board. Okay. Add 5.14 special event venue as written. Special event venue, general requirements. The minimum parcel size shall be 10 acres in the residential single-family zoning district. Adequate area of all-weather surface for all street parking, for off-street parking shall be provided. No parking will be allowed on public or private roads. See section 5.6. Private event venues shall have adequate water and wastewater facilities either permitted or temporary approved by the Granby Board of Health. There shall be no overnight accommodations for transient guests. Okay. Did we get all that? So at this point, I would open it up to any public feedback. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment?
I have a question, Bob. Is this still Bob?
No, this is Jim. Go right ahead. Who am I speaking with?
This is Daphne Kamenides on East Street. It's a lot of wordy jumble stuff here. I don't understand what's going on. Why doesn't people have, what about, the Dufresne Park and stuff? People have events all the time in Granby. I don't understand what we're trying to change here. I mean, I see, the camp place over there on 202, they have events. I see Dufresne Park has events all the time. I don't know what's changed. What is this something that's arising that you need to change some bylaws on? I mean, I don't get it. Can anyone explain what all these bylaw changes are for?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure, Bob.
The planning board was approached by a resident of the town of Granby that feels that she has, or they, I should say they, have a picturesque property that could accommodate such a venue. However, they are not zoned for it. So we took it under consideration and said, okay, let's put something together and we'll put it out there and see what happens, see what the general public has to say.
So how many acres does this person have?
I don't know the total acreage, but it has to be more than 10.
And she wants to have constant events, or was this a one-time shot thing?
These are private events.
Like weddings?
That it's something similar to that, I believe, yes.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to give some more background?
Sure.
No, before you do that, I'd like Kent to explain what we had him do, to do some research on some local communities that allow this type of venue first, if you don't mind.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the planning board asked me to research communities in the Commonwealth with regards to how they address some of these types of events. So the private event that the chair defined with regards to a proposed definition were things like banquets, receptions, ceremonies, services on parcels that had a lot of acreage. So this is similar to where possibly you would have a wedding or some of those types of events on large parcels of land that provide, picturesque, utilizing the resources within the parcel to complement the event. So with that said, the particular criteria that have been examined with regards to this proposed bylaw include a minimum parcel acreage of which someone would need to demonstrate that they had that amount of acreage within the parcel, in addition to plans that would have to be submitted to the planning board for that particular parcel being used for that particular use. Other types of permitting processes would also need to occur that's outside of the planning board's jurisdiction with regards to Board of Health approvals or the select board approvals that would be required for that. So I think the planning board took upon themselves with regards to possibly addressing these types of private events on private property, but creating criteria by which the town may, want to have these types of uses in town.
So if she has over 10 acres, agricultural, right?
Can you repeat that one more time?
She owns over 10 acres, she's considered agricultural, correct?
It's actually 5, but with regards to with regards to this bylaw, this is stating that you can only ask for a permit from the planning board for this type of use if you have 10 acres or more.
So when Red Fire Farms has their tomato festival, it's one time years. That's why that's acceptable.
It's that, or the town hasn't created standards by which an agricultural use, and I think that there are some agricultural protections that are in play for that particular use and that particular farm. But this is specific to commercial use for these large parcels to possibly have weddings or receptions, and not necessarily geared towards agricultural uses.
So if someone's only has a couple acres and they're having a graduation party, would they have to go through the planning board to get a permit for that one-day graduation party?
I wouldn't see the need based on this particular bylaw. I think this is geared towards, again, would require a special permit by the planning board. So any conditions of approval, if that permit is granted, would require certain criteria being met. If someone wanted to use their individual property for a graduation party, I'm not sure, and I'm not familiar with all of the permitting processes in Granby, if that would be required. But I think based on this bylaw, the planning board wouldn't be overseeing that type of permit.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anybody else that wants to comment on that article? Any board members have any comments?
Bob Sheehan does not have any comment.
Okay, then we'll go on to Article 6. I'm going to have Jason present this article.
Article 6 amends the bylaw of the town of Granby, Volume 3, Chapter 21, Zoning Bylaw, Section 3, Use Regulations. Table 1, Schedule of Uses, 3.5, Retail and Services, amending 3.5.21, and renumbering the following: 3.5.22, 3.523, 3.524. Large-scale ground-mounted solar photovoltaic installation, LSG MSPI, mounted on top of a canopy that is constructed over a parking lot.
Okay, Ken, I'm going to call on you again to walk the public through this again.
Sure. So this particular bylaw amendment, proposed bylaw amendment, was to just clarify some of the requirements with regards to the green communities designation that the town currently has, which now suggests that any sort of photovoltaic installation on top of a canopy constructed over a parking lot would now only require a site plan approval by the planning board in all zoning districts. So depending on the need of the property owner or business owner to explore that type of solar development, would require a site plan approval by the planning board. This just clarifies the current language within the zoning and makes clearer the permitting process.
Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment?
Yeah, another Daphne again from East Street. I don't understand this. Is this saying like Granby Cash and Carry, say it was, there's no business there and they got this empty parking lot, and so they want to put solar panels there. So they would need just a planning board acceptance that they can put a parking lot that has, is that what you're saying? Like, I don't understand why anyone would do this, but.
The answer to that question is
certain size of this certain size of this solar panel, like, oh, you know, it can't go more than 50 feet or something, or is it unlimited?
no, it's limited. It's only to cover a parking lot, and it's.
So they still could park cars there? It's above the parking lot?
Correct.
That defeats the purpose of the solar. So is it like something small, like someone on their driveway? They want to put a solar panel, but they don't want to put it on their house. They can put it in their driveway. Is it like that?
No, this has nothing to do with residential. You could do that anyway. You don't need planning board approval for that.
All right. So it must be a certain dimensions, right? Like so many feet.
Yeah, it's not so much by feet, but it's by scale. Large scale, ground mounted solar panels. So they're basically, it's saying that you can do that over a parking lot.
So are there parking lots that are vacant in Granby?
No, but it's a correction in our bylaw that conflicts with itself. Ken, you want to readdress that? Maybe you can make it sound a little bit better than I did.
So I think the way that the current bylaw reads is that you would require a special permit for any type of ground mount or solar installation on top of a parking lot. So this clarifies that you wouldn't need a special permit and it would now be permitted as of right, but with approval by the planning board for the site plan. I think that clarifies it, hopefully. It clarifies the permitting process in regards to solar on top of a parking lot.
Does it also put us in compliance with the green community?
Yes. So it clarifies the green community requirements with regards to that. It makes it more clear with regards to that permitting process for any sort of solar on top of a parking lot.
Don't put it next to me. I just never, just don't get it. There's so many fields and so much, land that why would someone do this unless they're can't sell their property, so they're going to tear down their building on their paved place and they're going to put all solar panels like Granby Cash or something like that. That's the only thing I can think of.
But
We'll soon find out.
Is there any other comment? Anybody else? Any board members? Okay.
Yeah, this is merely just to clean up what the to be still part of the green community act or whatever you want to call it. This was something that we had to clean up within our within our bylaws. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I have one other question. It's I heard that you're going to sidewalk on 202. Would that be part of the green community?
Pardon?
We're going to do what?
The sidewalk down 202.
Well, that's all the that's the Mass DOT. We've got no control over that other than input. But that's what the State Department of Transportation is doing.
Would they be the ones also doing bike paths down the road? Trails, rails?
I don't think you'd necessarily call it bike paths. I think it might be bike lanes.
Bikeways connecting Belchertown to South Hadley.
I haven't, myself personally, I haven't completely looked at the plans that the state has submitted. As a matter of fact, I think the plans are only about 25% complete. But that's all within the jurisdiction of Mass DOT.
Well, South Hadley has bike paths, bike trail. It's on their streets.
Well, right, and this is all due to the that they want to reconstruct Route 202. All part of the upgrade.
No more questions?
Pardon me? Did you have another question?
No, I'm all set.
I have one.
you have to give your name and your address.
Lindsay Nobes, 124 Taylor Street. Would the solar over the parking lots be similar to what UMass has by the Mullins Center, where cars can definitely park underneath it and they're still like long?
Yes.
Yes, it's something similar to that.
Thank you.
Any other comment from board? Okay. We've got some other business to take care of tonight. I would recommend we continue. I think from what I've heard from the articles that I've listened to, I think we've got some homework to do.
When would you want to continue it to?
Will, you have the schedule to meet if we're going to continue to meet the June 5th meeting. Didn't we already have a date set aside for a follow-up hearing?
No, we have to get any changes to the bylaws we have now to Kathy, April 19th, I believe. So
19th?
A week
19th
from
or
today.
next- Yeah. We could cut that gives her 3 weeks to get the changes done, but so we've got a couple of weeks in there, but we're meeting again on the 22nd, I believe.
On the 22nd or the 26th?
26th. Yes, April 26th is our next meeting.
Right.
So we could stretch it to then, but we'd have to make definite, that'd have to be the end of any changes that if we were gonna propose.
I would like to state one thing before you hang up. Before the next meeting, could everyone on these New Ludlow Road, Pleasant Street, and East Street could get a letter from the town of Granby of these changes in the zoning? That would be respectful to the residents.
I don't think that can happen before the next meeting. The abutters, I believe, were all notified with the proposed changes. And tonight's meeting will be official document of when the hearing will be continued. Discuss.
But people on New Ludlow Road said they did not receive anything, so it's just, it's just unfair. Even if you sent out a quick memo to, please, go to the Granby Town website. I mean, even on your thing, it says go to the town hall, second floor to get a copy of everything. Well, town hall's closed, I know you can try to get in there, but it's not an easy situation.
Okay, note taken.
Thank you.
Well, I definitely think we need more conversation with some of these articles.
I would agree. I think we definitely need more conversation.
I agree, Bob, with you. After hearing what we heard tonight, I think there's a lot up for discussion now.
So then the question is, I don't see it physically possible to, number one, to continue the hearing as well as meet and have any kind of paperwork to Kathy regarding the timeline that's set forth to make the town meeting.
Well, I'm assuming the biggest homework we have to do would be on the rezoning and the a little bit more on the structures. Some more conversation on that. The other articles, which I don't have in front of me.
So Article Article 5 and 6. You don't think we should have any conversation on?
I'm not saying we shouldn't have any conversation on any of these. I'm just saying these are some of the ones that would need minimal conversation to move these forward.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think that the zoning proposed changes is going to require a good amount of due diligence to move forward, and I don't think we would be able to meet town meeting by a timeline by then.
I would agree. When I was involved in the rezoning of the 202 to Ludlow, there was quite a bit of work that went into that after the hearings.
Okay, so let me ask you, Jim, or probably Ken. Are we saying we want to continue the public hearing for all the discussed articles this evening? Or are we saying we want to continue the public hearing with just Articles 1, 2, 3, and 4? How do we want to do this? And just send Article 5 and Article 6 along to meet the timeline for town meeting?
I think it's up to the board, because again, remember, the planning board is the body that is to recommend bylaws be adopted, and will provide a planning board report in time for the town meeting. If the board or if the board is considering having a longer term conversation about the zoning map changes that won't necessarily be included in this particular upcoming town meeting, then that's something different, and you can close the planning board hearing to suggest that, and making that motion. But all of these recommendations, these zoning bylaw amendment proposals will require a planning board report, whether or not the planning board decides to act on it, or give its approval, or suggest that it does not approve of the bylaw amendment. So if that's helpful in the conversation, knowing that the timeline is what exists, I can definitely assist the board with turning around that planning board report, depending on if they're satisfied with the conversations and closing the public hearing and making their recommendations at a future meeting prior to the date that Lil had suggested earlier. But it is something that the board will contemplate, I guess, between now and its next meeting, if it does want to have some additional work sessions on this through an open public hearing process, or just or address this in some other way.
Okay, so it's of my opinion, I'm not in favor of rushing anything through to meet a meeting deadline for the sake of meeting a meeting. Some of the discussion that I've heard tonight is going to require some more due diligence that won't make the June 5th deadline. And I'm not in favor of pushing any article through that the planning board hasn't done enough due diligence and research on. Article 6, I think, is a no. It's a minor change. It puts us in compliance with the green community standard.
So, oh boy. I absolutely agree, Jim, that we need a lot more time on the majority of these articles this evening. And as far as continuing a public hearing, if we know that we're not going to meet the deadline, should we close the public hearing, have discussion about this public hearing at the next meeting among the board, and then we go back to ground zero with the comments that we received from the public, and see if we can work further along in this? Because isn't there a certain length of time, no greater than X months before a town meeting, that you can have a public hearing?
6 months.
And have 6 months, okay. You know, as the last lady on East Street said, or maybe it was Carol Russell, you know, put this thing to bed until COVID's over. But
I get that point, but I think we just have more. We have work to do on it. That's all.
But where I'm going with this is, can we cherry pick out of the public hearing tonight the articles, a separate or 2 separate articles, to send forth to town meeting?
Yes.
Okay. So would we want to close the public hearing on the first 5? Would we want to close the public hearing on the first 5 articles, and actually we'd be closing it on the 6th article, and then vote among us as a board to give the thumbs up or thumbs down regarding Article 6? I don't know the proper procedure to do that.
I think I'll let Ken chime in on it, but I think you can do that. We could table all items, all articles. Ken, you still there?
Yes.
So if we want to table all articles except Article 6, what would be the correct procedure to do that?
I believe the board can close the public hearing, make its recommendation on Article 6 or any of the articles, and that would be recorded and duly noted in the minutes with regards to the remaining articles that would be tabled until the next time the board wants to take that up. But within the constraints of knowing that public hearing has occurred, and if the board, even after it's continues to work on the other bylaws proposals, that 6 months would just be wary of any additional time constraints with regards to those tabled articles. I think that the board can act on choosing the articles based on tonight's proceedings if they want to provide a recommendation or a vote that would allow the board to be in the position to recommend to the town meeting the warrant articles that they want to proceed, with supporting. And the minutes will reflect the articles that the board will continue to work on, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So question. This is Lil. So Ken, you're saying we should close the public hearing first, like we would normally do any other public hearing, and then we would do our vote after that.
Yes, you would do your vote after you close the public hearing. It's not, you wouldn't be, the public hearing would be closed before you make any action on, the articles that you have reviewed tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
We have a second.
Jason will second.
Bob?
Aye.
Bob, you there?
Yes, aye.
I'm gonna ask you, you open the hearing. I'm gonna ask you to close it.
Well, I just made the motion. I don't know what you're asking me to do.
Bob, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, do I have a second?
Rob will second.
Okay. We'll go for a vote. Lil?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Jim?
Same.
Jason?
Aye.
And Bob is an aye. So the public hearing is now closed. As was stated earlier, when we opened the public hearing, that we would now reconvene the planning board meeting. At this point in time, what I'm ready to make a motion on is that we table Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 and vote to approve Article 6 to be sent to the town meeting. That's my motion.
Bob, I'd ask it. Correct the motion and just include Articles 1, 2, and 3.
Jim, I'm getting some background noise. I didn't completely hear what you were asking.
I think the correct way of doing it would be for you to for Articles 1, 2, and 3.
Is it only me, or am I missing part of what Jim is saying?
No, I'm
This is
missing it
Lil.
too.
Yeah, there's some background noise. Jim was saying that he thought you should just do Articles 1, 2, and 3.
In other words, Bob, I've recused myself.
I see what you're, okay. I'll make a motion to table I want to amend my motion. I want to make a motion to table Articles 1, 2, and 3. And at this point, the vice chair has made that motion. I will ask for any discussion. Or I will ask for a second first.
Jason will second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. Lil?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
Jim? You recused yourself? And Bob is an aye. So Articles 1, 2, and 3 are tabled. I'd like to make another motion with Jim back in the chair seat to table Article 4 as Article 4 and 5.
Do we have a second?
Jason will second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Bob?
Aye.
Lillian?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
Jim's an aye. Motion carries. I'll
Okay,
entertain a
I will now make a motion to approve, that the planning board approve Article 6 as written to be sent to the floor of town meeting.
We have a second?
Jason will second. Oh, sorry.
Hey, Bob, this is Rob. Can you just recap for the people still online what Article 6 is, just so they'll know what we're talking about?
Article 6 is regarding the large-scale ground-mounted solar installations mounted on top of a canopy over a parking lot.
All right, copy that.
So Jason seconded?
Yep, I seconded.
Okay.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Bob?
Aye.
Lillian?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
Jim's an aye. Motion carries. Okay, with that being said, Ken, would you draft something up and send it out for us?
For, yes, a planning board report. I will work with Kathy to do that on behalf of the board.
Thank you. Okay. What's next on the agenda?
You have 121 West State Street, Steve Marion. And Steve is online, so if you have any questions for him, he's there.
All right, Steve, why don't you explain to the board what you're planning on, what you're asking
Sure.
for?
Yeah, no problem. All right, Steve Marion here. Before you guys again, I want to make an amendment to the site plan, the previous site plan approval for my garage that I'm doing at 121 West State. I apologize to do another amendment, but this is all new to me. You guys received a letter from me indicating, the reasons why, but basically I'm looking to have some rewording on the current site plan that allows me to be able to rent a portion of the garage bays if needed, in addition to my current business that's going to be ran out of there. I'm not looking to have anything out of the ordinary, just the same like myself, a contractor in there storing their business goods in there. But I know from reading the current site plan, and our discussions in the previous meetings, it was for my business. So I want to make sure that if I was to rent, I have this all clarified with you guys. As was mentioned in previous meetings, I'd have to come to you. I didn't think I'd be coming this soon, but here I am, and I want to make sure we get this straightened out sooner than later, so I don't run into any huge issues in the future.
Okay. So you have drawings laid out for what portion of the building, square footage, and what you're going to require for parking?
Yeah. So okay. I submitted the same drawing with the print that was approved. I added parking because I know in previous discussions that was brought up. Again, this is all new to me I just basically presented the same garage. Obviously, I'm assuming most of you have seen it going up. And I included the parking spaces that followed under the description of the general business zoning there.
Okay, this is a little new for me too. I've been on the board for a while. So Ken, how do we amend the site plan for this?
So as the recommendation came in, and I'm not sure if the board would be able to act this evening, and maybe discuss this at its next meeting and vote on an action. But based on the permit decisions, and Mr. Merriam did suggest language amendments, which is okay. And if the board is willing to accept those amendments, then the board can act on accepting those amendments on his narrative, on his letter. And then also include an approval of the site plan review. And it's another amendment to the site plan, which could be done at a regularly scheduled meeting. I don't know if the board wants any additional information, and this would be the opportunity to discuss that. I think if it allows the board to, if the board needs that additional information with regards to the building and its new proposed use, based on the ability to now have the property owner and the developer, Mr. Marion, to allow for other contractors to rent his space to store their items. And this clarifies, the decision will be clarified with the additional language. And the board can also amend that language and work towards that. But the board can treat this as an amended site plan, similar to what happened at the last meeting. But in the case of additional information being presented, that's something that the board can ask too. But without any board action, Mr. Marion's amended decision is still the governing document for that parcel and the previous site plan for that parcel.
So how many parking spaces are you looking to add?
So going by the plan that I provided, it was just listed as 6. I listed as 16, and the reason we came up with that was just going based on the general business bylaws. I mean, I wanted to present something to you guys beyond last site plan, I just kind of said, inferred that it was the general parking area or the gravelled area. So we listed it as 16 spots between breaking it from the front and back of the building, as indicated in lines shown there. I mean, it doesn't necessarily, if you guys had an issue with that, but there's more than ample space for that, and it falls within the parameters of it. The parking was not necessarily, the issue. Is more of the ability to rent it. And I just want to be clear with that letter that I provided you guys that, I mean, obviously there's not drastic changes in there, but there's changes. And the main portion of it was, separating, removing just the applicant's business in there. But by all means, if there's something else that needs to be done, but I felt like from reviewing through the general bylaw, or excuse me, the bylaws for general business, it felt within the parameters, and we were just adding in the parking that was allowed for that.
This is Lily, and I have some questions, Stephen, if you would be so delighted to answer them.
Sure.
16 spaces. Last time when we talked at the last meeting, you had said there wouldn't be any parking in the front. Now you've got parking in the front. And you've just said that 16 is an awful lot of spaces. And
Yeah.
if you're renting out one more bay, I would think just whatever you have in the back would be enough. And looking at the diagram you sent, it doesn't show how much you're renting out to potentially rent to somebody, and it doesn't show doors anywhere, so I'm not sure how they would get in and out of there.
Understood. And again, I can certainly amend the parking space. We just added that based on the square footage that was there and going through the zoning for it. I mean, I don't plan on having a parking lot of cars there. I was more putting that in there per the request last time when we were in the meeting. I know there was discussion about where it would be. I was just trying to draw a depiction of where they could potentially be. If there's an issue with it being 16, I don't see at any point having 16 cars there. However, I get what you're saying. I can certainly remove it. That is not my intention. I was just trying to follow the space and break it down. So I don't
We
know if that
appreciate
answers your
that.
question.
Yes, we appreciate that. I would prefer personally, the board has to decide, no parking spaces in the front. And I'd like to have some sort of definition in the building as to what particular space you're renting out potentially, and how to get in and out of there. Do you have just one door at one end and they have to go from the other end to there, or what?
Sure. So, I mean, I think in the previous, and I understand what you're saying, in the previous meetings, you had a full print, I believe, that showed, the 4 garage doors and the 4 entry doors. So if I was to be renting these out, each occupant or each tenant would have a separate entry door and garage door, which is depicted in the building plan, but I guess you don't have that in that picture that you're currently looking at. But
No, I
again,
do
we're
not.
not. What's that?
No, I do not. The only thing I have is the one you said where you just added the
parking.
yes.
So in the previous one, in our discussions, it's got 4 garage door bays there. So I mean, this is not for, as indicated in the site plan, we're not having a bunch of people stopping by there. I think it was mentioned like a pizza shop in the previous meetings. This is that for storage of business property and goods. And same as what I was planning on doing, if I chose to rent out one of the bays or 2 of the bays, I wanted just to be able to have the similar business in there. Again, I'm not looking to have 16 customers coming into anything. I just was trying to show the available space. I can limit it, or whatever was necessary for it.
So here's my take on this. You don't have anybody any prospects in mind, correct?
Correct. At this time, I do not. have I had a lot of interest since I started putting this up and see that there is some ability to do it? Yes. But once I get approval, well, I at this point, because of the added construction costs, I think it'd be well worth it to me to do that.
Yeah, I would say so too. So Ken, I'm going to ask for you to give us your opinion. But if he's going to put a tenant, should he go to the building department, seeing it's a change of use, even because it's not his anymore, used for his own use. He's going to put a tenant in there, then the building department would want to know what type of use it was used for, and then they would determine for us, for the site, he would determine you weren't approved for this, you've got to go to the planning board. I can't give you an occupancy. The planning board. So that way there, we would be approving a specific use based on the tenant. Is that
Yes, I think that based on the previous decision, knowing it was a shell of a building for the rental of or for Mr. Marion's company property to be stored there, I think that if you are going to be splitting these into suites where it's possible you would be renting each individual suite out to a different tenant, the building department would need to be involved with regards to determining whether or not that would be if that specific use was allowed within the district, and wouldn't necessarily necessitate a new site plan approval, but because of the way this has been presented over time, I think that these types of amendments will be forthcoming, knowing that if there is a need of the building department if the building department is not satisfied with the permit decision that the planning board has adopted or approved for this particular parcel, then these amendments will need to keep coming, knowing that this may be the process that Mr. Marion, as he is continuing to build and identify the possibilities of his particular parcel, what would need to occur. So I think that with regards to this, the determination by the building inspector would probably be that he would want to see each individual note each individual tenant for compliance with the initial with the amended site plan approval. So I do think that, it has been presented and approved in this way, there will be forthcoming site plan approvals to address the changes that may be forthcoming.
If I may, I just want to get better clarification on that. So when we're talking about change in business, whatever, I'm looking to do anyone that rents in there do the same kind of general business, which is approved in that district, that area. So I guess my question, Ken, we were just saying, are you referring to any time a new tenant comes in there, they have to get approved? Or right off the rip here, we have to get something figured out with the building department? Because I know from this more recent experience with the building inspector, I mean, he really he relies on everything you guys say. So I mean, if I go to the building inspector and say, hey, you're supposed to ask for some permission on this, he's just going to tell me, kick it back to you guys. Or am I misunderstanding how you're saying that? But I just want to be clear that when we're referring to a different approval, I'm not looking to do any different than what a lot of properties are doing currently in this town. They have garages and they're renting it out to, people for general storage of their business and goods, just as I was going to do. I'm just trying to figure out what the difference is between what I was going to do or if I had an electrician that moved in and did the same thing.
The difference is then we know specifically. It's kind of a mad circle. We could go ahead and approve it for 16 spaces, and then you're doing something in there that may not agree with the building code.
Gotcha. Is it the parking spaces that's throwing this off? Because I can certainly
No,
take those
no, no, because it wouldn't. So at this point, if you came to us and said, I've changed my mind, I need 5 parking spaces for myself, for employees. And we'd say, okay, it's your plumbing business, you need 5. But now you're saying you want to rent it out. We don't know who you're going to rent it to and how many space. You could rent it out to a company that needs 30 spaces.
Gotcha. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So this way here, you go to it's not that we're going to refuse it. We just need to know what you're throwing 16 parking spaces out there randomly. And we're just saying, well, tell us what you're putting in there. The building code officer will say, you're approved to rent out 1,000 square feet in there for someone else's storage. And he may look to us and say, well, we'd like planning board approval. This is the specific use in this particular 1,000 square feet that he's using it for. And it requires 4 parking spaces for the tenant. There's a formula for some of this, for this. So we kind of need to, and it brings him back into the loop based on what you're doing in there.
Okay.
Gotcha. This is not part of the planning decision, but he may say, well, you're going to need, additional, you may need separation, you may need fire extinguishers, and that'll define what we can do for site plan approval.
All right. So is there a clear cut definition of how I go about this process, or am I literally just calling the building inspector tomorrow or whenever I can get a hold of him and say, hey, I'm looking to rent this now, what should I do?
You can have that conversation with him. I certainly wouldn't discourage that. More information is better, but he's going to want to know some specifics. You got one tenant going in there to rent half of it?
Sure. Yeah, I don't have any of that at this point. I'm just, just trying to be open to it, Yep. And I don't want to obviously hold up my current project, which, that's more important than anything else. But, so I'm not looking to put the brakes on that. I can figure this. I have time to figure this out, but I want to just get this done.
Let me give you an example. We go ahead and approve you for a site plan approval.
Mm-hmm.
The building's done, and the next thing we know, there's an oil company storing their trucks there.
Yep.
You follow me?
Yep. Absolutely.
So it's got to start with him, and then it circles back to us so that we know what we'll approve, what specific use he's allowing you to use to operate in there. What type of use is going to be allowed? And it could be something fairly generic. You say, yep, you can rent to X, Y, and Z. And then that'll give us information based on that to tell you what we can approve that site for. Does that, I'm doing most of the talking here. Does any of the other board members have any input or any thought?
This is Lil. And I'm sure the inspector would ask for this too, but he would need the detail in your plan as to, the cutoff and how the places are going to be separated and the doorways and that sort of thing. So I would guess you can count on making those sort of changes.
Yes, correct. I spoke to my builder and we're trying to, because we did not have, a break off for the in between each bay, which we're gonna have a plan for that we can present to the building inspector for sure. I get the vibe that when I bring this before the building inspector, he's gonna say, okay, yeah, he's gonna be concerned about the structural and any of his fire rated rules and whatnot, but he's then gonna refer back the other portion to you guys. So I just feel like I'm gonna be in the middle of, only if I'm dealing with both and more recently here. He certainly has to worry about the building structure and the code, the building code. But I do think he's gonna kick it back. But it's a beginning stage here, obviously.
It is, and he may kick it back, but at that point, we'll have more information on what the allowed use is based on the building.
Okay.
Which would give us some information on. I don't think there's anybody on the board that's going to prevent you from doing what you're trying to do there, as long as it meets building code. We just don't want to. We don't want to amend it for 16 parking spaces when we don't know what it's been approved for.
Sure. Okay. So to be clear, I'll go to the inspector, explain what I'm looking to do, show him the parking diagram that I got, show him the interior partition breakdown and where the entrances will be, and say, can I go ahead and do this? And what do you need from the planning board?
And he'll basically tell you that what type of use it can be used for based on he'll tell you whether or not the particular use you want to use it for will coincide with the building code. And then when it does, he'll send us some information and we'll be able to go from there.
Gotcha. All right, I'll have that conversation with him, explaining to him that I'm looking to do the same exact use that was approved just for my personal use. I get that, but it's no difference in the use. So I'll just go with the same explanation of general business storage of company goods to him, and with the exception of a tenant, essentially.
Okay, and that's fine, but we'll need to know how many units are in there too.
All right, fair enough. I can present that to him, and then I'll try to get on the next agenda with you guys to clear it up if he can give me a straightforward answer in a reasonable time. In the meantime, I'm going to continue with doing it just for my personal use, so that doesn't get held up, and I won't be obviously going to the next step until we get this squared away.
Steve, this is Bob Sheehan. I don't know. You may want to ask the building inspector if you got to show some handicap parking too, since it's kind of becoming a public building.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Anything else, Steve?
No, that's fine. That steers me in the direction. I'll just I'll go to the inspector next, and I'm sure he's going to have some questions that he wants me to relay back to you guys for the next one. It's going to maybe go back and forth a little bit, but we'll figure it out.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
All right, thanks a lot.
Okay, next on the agenda, 17 New Ludlow Road, site plan review. There was a letter that came out. Hello?
Excuse me, Jim.
Yep.
Hello.
Yes.
Jim, you've missed one. You have the Oz site plan review next.
Okay. My apologies. Okay. I'll be honest with you, I haven't had a chance to really look at it in depth. I don't have the paper. Bob, what do you have in front of you?
Just a little bit of knowledge. Before the meeting started, Lenny Leisure, U.S. Builders, was on the line with Lil and I, And he basically said that due to construction costs, just as Mr. Marion was just speaking of, that they've diminished the size of the building from what was originally proposed by about 50%. I saw that there's a package with stormwater management in it. I don't know if Ken has taken a look at it and if we should merely hand this off to review to the other boards and schedule a public hearing. I don't know.
Bob, this is Lil. I believe we're just supposed to be looking at what we have to see if any more paperwork needs to be submitted with this package so that it can be scheduled for a public hearing. And Ed Chapdelaine is on the line in case we have any questions. But I also have some notes about we need to show parking spaces and we need the actual site plan review application, which I don't see here. And my question was, has the building inspector seen this?
Ed, you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear you now?
Is there a question?
Do you have a comment you want to present?
Sure. Ed Oz Company was wishing to expand their warehouse office facility on West State Street there. We were at the board probably about 2 years ago, maybe, discussed loading docks and so on. Previously, that building had been presented to the board back in I want to say the late 1980s. Originally, if you look at the end of the building, it's sort of an odd shape where the peak of the roof is on the left side of the building over the east side. Originally, the building was supposed to be a mirror image duplicate, so the gabled end would be on the end, and the peak would run from the left to right and right to left and meet in the middle. So times have changed since it was approved back in the 80s, and some building codes have changed and so on. So to make it economically feasible at this point, the building had originally been drawn showing its entirety being expanded. Again, Lenny and other people have noted that the cost of construction because of the COVID has drastically gone up on materials costs. So it was downscaled to what you see today. I'm sure if anybody else has seen it. I know Bob's seen it, and I think Lillian said she's seen it. But again, it's been scaled back considerably. So it's just a continuation of the existing business and the expansion of what should have happened probably closer to the 1980s versus to the 2020s. But again, this is what's a part of the current zoning, building codes, and downscale because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Ed, my question was, the diagram doesn't show any parking spaces, and we don't have an actual site plan review application.
Yeah, Mr. Lenny Laser was supposed to get that to you guys on the application side. I thought he did present that or give that to Kathy. The parking that's there now is currently not striped. The employees park along the front of the building, and directly in front of that, there's another row of parking. They also park some of the work trucks in the back. They have box trucks, if you will. Nothing like an 18-wheeler or semi-truck that they use, but that the larger trucks are parked in the back. And again, it's unstriped, and the employees seem to know where they park. And And that's just the way it's been since they've opened up. And so I didn't depict any parking lines because there are none there, and there's no changing of the parking lot. We're not changing the pavement up front.
But we still don't know how much parking is there. Maybe it should be indicated there could potentially be this many, would
Well,
fit it.
I can certainly look at the dimensions from left to right and give you a total number of what would physically fit there based on, it's 180 square feet per parking stalls, the zoning bylaw requirement, which is either a 10 by 18 or a 9.5 by 19, so give or take. But it's required 180 square feet per space, and the minimum depth of a parking stall is 18 feet as by per zoning bylaws.
Okay, but I would still like to see it on the plan, and I'm guessing, as Bob mentioned earlier, that maybe the building inspector would like to see handicap spaces.
So,
I don't know if he's.
Ed,
Yes.
I'm looking at the plan now. So it's a 40 by 53 structure, and it's
correct.
And it's basically, it's not taking any parking spaces away, is it?
That's correct. My understanding, the use of the addition is basically some additional storage for some product that may be coming in from their other warehouse out east, and for distribution to other dealers, not other showrooms or other plumbing supply houses, not the general public.
Okay, so you're not altering the site plan as far as parking goes, correct?
Correct. That's correct. We're not altering the front. Again, it's unstriped, and the purpose of the addition, I believe, from what I've been told, is to facilitate some product coming in and shipping it back out, and a little extra storage space for any product that may come in from the eastern warehouse.
So is there anything that shows parking spaces, even the original site plan?
The original I do not believe the original site plan showed parking. I could be mistaken. I had a hard time tracking that down. I finally found a copy from the Board of Health. Showed the site plan, and that's where it depicts the building being expanded or doubled in size at some future date.
So we don't have anything anywhere that shows in spaces, which seems kind of odd for a business.
But again, the parking that the employees, it's all employees, and it might be a sales rep from a manufacturer coming in to discuss something. My understanding is they don't sell product to the general public. That's my understanding. I could be mistaken on that, but it's just their dealer's representative. So somebody like, I don't know the products they sell. Say Kohler or Delta, and they represent that product to the regional plumbing supply houses or plumbing dealers.
Can I make a comment? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, Lenny?
Yes, hi, this is One Leisure. Yeah, the reason why it was scaled back is because we have to stay within under 7,500 square feet. Otherwise, he would need sprinklers. And he was going to do the addition if the town of Granby was going to hook up the water to South Hadley, but that's not going to happen. So that's why we had to scale back the building also.
Okay.
And I ran that by the building inspector.
Have we received anything from the building inspector for him looking for us for anything?
No, because it's informed. There's no change of use group. There's nothing. I mean, the existing dock is staying where it is. The addition is now going to be controlled where the blacktop is there. We're tying it into the new drainage, so we're actually there's less water ever coming off the parking lot as it is now. And that's shown by the plans in the drainage. So he's just making a bigger storage area. There is no public that goes to that building because he's strictly wholesale.
Yeah, that's okay.
And to be honest with you, I don't even know if you can walk in that door publicly. So, because they're just his employees. So. That's why we had to scale it back. Plus the cost too, but I mean, he could do sprinklers, but it would require
yeah, that's
probably
for you. So the footprint of this new building, 53 by 40.
Yep.
Is what was impervious, correct? That was paving there before.
That is correct.
Okay. So, Lil, you're interested in parking, but I don't know as if I think you present this to the building department, and if he's not looking for a site plan approval, I really don't see anything that he hasn't increased the stormwater.
We actually decreased it because we're controlling it now.
I don't see any changes. Now, so Lil, to your point, the building inspector said he's putting, it's going to be used for office space. I'd like a site plan approval to see if he's got adequate parking. But they're just increasing the square footage for storage, and it doesn't increase the stormwater. It doesn't increase the stormwater. I don't know as if we have to look at this.
Then when we should hear from the building inspector.
Correct.
Okay, so would you like me to? I'll bring it down to him tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I would. Does anybody else have any input on this? Ken?
How about?
I was quickly reviewing the site plan approval process in your zoning bylaw, and it does suggest that a site plan has to be endorsed by the planning board for, construction or alteration of a commercial structure or an industrial structure. But the planning board may waive any or all requirements of site plan review for external enlargements of less than 25% of the existing floor area, which this is greater than 25%. So I feel like the building inspector may suggest that this go through a site plan review process for the purposes of compliance with the zoning bylaw. I think with regards to the parking, the planning board can have a conversation with regards to what that space is being used for, when it has the complete application of the narrative that could be helpful for the planning board's decision with regards to some of those issues. But again, the building inspector should make that determination initially because we've been doing that with regards to new applications.
I would agree with that. So I guess we table this enforcement. Then we'll have something more specific to look at once he tells us the use and are we in agreement?
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
We should probably vote on it just to make it official.
I'll entertain a motion.
Bob, do you want to be the official person?
Well, I'm not sure what we're making a motion on. All we're just doing is giving guidance to take it to the building inspector and see what he has to say. Is that correct?
That's what I thought, but I don't know.
Yeah, hence I don't know the reason for a vote, but I'll make a motion. We wait guidance from the or input from the code enforcement building inspector regarding this matter, the Oz property at 8 West State Street.
Second?
Jason will second.
Favor? Bob?
Aye.
Lillian?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
Jim, aye. Motion carries. Okay. So you guys are all set. You know what you need to do, Ed?
Sure. Yeah, I think personally, I think he just files the permit as it stands now, and I think if we're over the 25%, just the permit, just file it with the planning board, and in the meantime, he could probably still talk to the building inspector, but I'm assuming the building inspector is probably going to say file the site plan. All right. Well, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, next on the agenda. 17 New Ludlow Road, site plan review. For completion to post the hearing. So, correct me if I'm wrong, originally there was a question from the building department whether or not that structure, the property that in question, part of it's on residential and the other part is in the industrial zone. And I believe that I read earlier this week or last week that the code enforcement said the structure is on the industrial zone piece of the property, and it doesn't require a special permit. It does require, or should require, a site plan review. So I would recommend that those plans get sent to the department heads and schedule. What's that?
We don't have, the application is not dated or signed that I have. We didn't get anything new on that. So that needs to be done. And the site plan that we have is just a picture with lines drawn. We don't have an official site plan. But we should have those before we can do anything, and maybe can review it.
Yeah, I mean, I think based on some of the conversation that has been happening regarding this particular permit application, there was some missing information that was presented in the initial site plan review permit application, as well as some thoughts with regards to the applicant providing information with regards to compliance with stormwater and other site specific criteria. And I'll have to review, what was submitted to date, but I think that there was still at least the application that wasn't quite complete.
So we're gonna send him a letter or contact him, letting him know that we're gonna require a surveyed site plan?
Yes, and a signed and dated application. I think that's all he's missing because we already have the details on the building.
Well, what about what Ken just said with stormwater management?
Yes, that should be on there too. Because I believe he was saying that the water drains towards New Ludlow Road.
I believe that is correct. He's not, I believe that is correct. Well, I also believe that he said there is no change in the flow at
Correct.
all.
Correct, that's what he said.
Yeah.
So we can ask,
Okay.
we can ask Kathy to relay that to him.
Okay.
So let's be specific what we're asking for so that when he comes, we don't ask for more stuff. We drag this out. I want to make sure he knows what he has to bring so that we can circulate it to the department heads. Do we want to see a full site plan, surveyed site plan with stormwater, a detail of stormwater management on it by a stamped engineer? Is that what we're asking for?
That and an application signed and dated. This actually, the ZBA needs, we're doing site plan approval, and the ZBA is doing the special permit. Are we going to try doing a joint?
It doesn't require a special permit, does it? It's in the industrial zone.
According to,
Greg, it was in, unless I misread that, I thought he said it does not require a special permit, that it is in the industrial zone.
okay, let me look.
The building inspector did say that.
That's correct. The determination of the type of use, though, hasn't been made, and we need the public notice to reflect that when we eventually post for a public hearing regarding that.
So, you know what, instead of relaying it to Kathy, Ken, could you put together a letter?
Sure.
Stating what we're going to need?
Yeah, I'll be utilizing language from the site plan review.
Yeah.
Bylaw, or the language you have in your bylaw, but I can help Kathy relay that.
Thank you.
Everybody's in agreement with that? I hope. Yeah, I'm good with that.
So Ken, you're making up the wording for the letter for Kathy to send out? Or you're going to send?
I believe so. Right?
You believe
Jim?
Yes. It should come from Kathy, but if he can draft it up, so that
Right.
the specific language is used.
Okay, got it.
Are we all set with that now? We move on to the next, or we good with this?
I'm good.
All right, what's next? Response to the TA-39 West State Street. I'm not sure what this is about.
Jim, I believe it's just the town administrator looking for a response from the planning board in writing.
Say that again, Lil.
I believe this is the town administrator looking for a response from the planning board in writing.
The bike shop, or no, not the bike shop, the,
AJ's. The auto body.
is this old, or is this something, is this an old agenda item?
Nope, this is not. This is, we had talked about it, we had discussed it, and it was, kind of decided that, when his, permit ran out that he has now, a temporary permit, that then he would have to come before the planning board for site plan approval. And I believe the town administrator is just looking for that in writing to him.
All right, we can send them off a letter, but all we're gonna do is recite the bylaw. If it,
Being a letter
I don't know
to
what,
select board. This is back from February 4th.
and they were told that if there were any changes to the site plan, it would require a review.
Well, that isn't what's in Chris Martin's memo, so we have to send him something to clarify, I guess.
What's that?
I guess we have to send him something to clarify it, because he's asking that a letter be sent to the select board from the planning board stating this, which is Mr. Beauregard said that he talked with you, who told him that the planning board said he did not need a site plan, and to just hand in last year's site plan to the select board. Now, we already went through that. This isn't what you talked about, and you don't speak for the entire planning board and all that, but Chris is stuck on, give me a response in writing.
Then we can send them a letter. Any changes to the site plan will require site plan approval by the planning board. Period.
Okay.
If you want to draft it up and the board agrees with it, I mean, I'm not stating anything other.
Right, I think I can only assume what he's looking for. I think he's looking for you to say, that isn't what I said. Here's what needs to be done.
Then you can draft a letter for my signature stating that any changes to the site plan at that address requires site plan approval.
Okay. I will do that and send it to you and Kathy, and you can sign it and she'll get it to the select board.
Talked about it before. If they're parking cars over by the wetlands, conservation. We got to send that off to conservation for review.
I think it's just being stuck on, I want a written response to this request. And then we'll move forward.
Okay, not a big deal. Is that it?
Hi.
We
Oh,
have a-
I'm sorry.
Okay, Heather, go ahead.
Sorry, this is Heather Labonte, and I'm just looking for clarity on what was moving forward to town meeting. My understanding that the bylaw adjustment for private events was number 6, but when it was approved by the board in the public hearing, it sounded like number 6 was actually regarding the solar panels. So I'm just looking for clarity as to what is moving forward to town meeting.
Does anybody have Article 6 in front?
And I'm just looking at what was posted for the public hearing, if that's what you're referring to as an article.
Yep, gotta find my copy here.
Yeah, Jim, I got it up in front of, I'm looking at it right now. The zoning bylaws 1 through 7 on that public meeting.
Okay, I don't have.
So number 6 was the private event venues, and number 7 was the large scale ground mounted solar. So
We only had 6.
I
6
think
was
that-
ground mounted solar.
Yes, based on the memo to the select board with regards to the proposed zoning amendments, there were only 6 articles presented. On the public hearing notice, there were 7 items identified because one of the map changes also included a complementary change to the actual zoning bylaw written document.
So Article 5 is the venue one.
That's correct.
and why did we vote to not move that forward? I forget. That was a couple hours ago. But.
More discussion, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we just had one town resident chiming in on that one. I don't know why that kind of shut down our consideration for moving it forward.
My recollection is her questions were answered pretty well, and there wasn't much discussion on it.
Given the overall feedback, I thought we needed to do more homework on all of them, and that got grouped into the rest of them as well. It's not that it won't go forward. It's just that we're going to hold up. I don't want to be rushing anything into a June 5th meeting because that's the date that the town's going to have a meeting. I'm told that there's probably going to be one after that, September-ish. And I was also informed that there's a chance that all the articles may not get presented due to time constraints at the town meeting. There's a bunch of bylaw changes that the select board and their subcommittee have been working on for a couple of years now, and they want to move those forward first. They're concerned that the meeting may run over 4 hours. with the amount of agenda they have. So there was a chance that some of these articles wouldn't have been presented and would have gotten moved to the next town meeting. So rather than rush this through based on the date, I'd like to take a little bit more time, get some more information.
Is there anything that I can provide to help ensure that it could possibly happen at the next town meeting?
Well, we're going to have a hearing, so any information you could provide us to help us with, I know Ken provided us with some information. Any information that could be provided in addition to of what Ken described what other towns allow. Maybe you can give us some more information on what specific venues there are out there and how they operate specifically. I mean, I'm open to, and I think I can speak for the whole board. We're open to any input, any additional information.
I have plenty of information that I thought I was clear that I'd be happy to offer. Obviously, I'm extremely interested in being in the May opportunity. And if there's anything in particular that you're looking for, I will absolutely provide it for you.
So I believe as we go forward with this, we're going to be scheduling workshops to discuss these articles. So when they're posted, you're more than welcome to participate.
Thank you.
Jim, do you want to go over the open action items? We only have 3.
Go for it, Lil.
This one was for me. Send approved proposed zoning bylaw changes, public hearing notice to Kathy Leonard for publishing. That was done. And this is for me and you. Create the letter to Greg Briggs for you to sign regarding Matt's Bicycle Shop. And then I was to ask Kathy Leonard to Greg Briggs to provide the planning board with his review of the 17 New Ludlow Road application. That's completed.
Yeah, they're both complete.
Yeah. So we're next meeting. There were the CPC had a meeting, had one of their quarterly meetings, and they had a whole bunch of information this time around. And there were some changes to Chapter 40A, which controls what planning boards do. And specifically, Section 5, adoption or change of zoning ordinances or bylaws and procedures, and Section 9, special permits. I would like to know if Ken would like to enlighten us at our next meeting about these details, as they're not quite all ironed out yet.
I would love to, and I actually just received regulations this afternoon with regards to that.
And Jim, just kind of as a quick, the Section 5 with adoption or change of zoning ordinances or bylaws, procedures, correct me if I'm wrong, Ken, but that's more of a, is it a 2/3 majority or just a majority?
Yes, in short, I haven't yet reviewed the regulations, but in short, the general changes are specific to housing. And anything with regards to housing in the zoning bylaw, depending on if it's a zone change, if it's a amendment to the written document specific to increasing different types of housing types within the zoning bylaw, those types of items would only require a majority vote by the town meeting. So there are some significant changes with regards to any sort of housing special permit, zoning bylaw amendment, that would change the voting threshold and the voting requirement. You know, as I mentioned a few seconds ago, there are new regulations which I think will help spell out any changes, if necessary, to the zoning bylaw that need to be made. I think it's just a general, it's a Chapter 40A amendment, so that would be your overall zoning act, which would basically supersede the Granby zoning bylaw.
But none of this would affect any of the proposed zoning bylaw changes we have now.
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to be clear on that. So, that being said, agenda items, next meeting, we can have Ken speak on the changes, and anything else that comes up?
I'd also like to restructure these articles.
Okay.
Put some sort of schedule together at our next meeting on how we're going to address some of the feedback.
Hey, Jim, it's Rob. So you mentioned workshops. We're gonna do this between now and town meeting? I mean, yeah, town meeting?
Yes. I'll probably have time for one workshop anyway.
All right, are we gonna identify what articles we're gonna address, or?
Yes. At our next meeting. Come up with an agenda, prioritize, and schedule. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yes.
Yep. Sure. Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
You have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Bob?
Aye.
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Jason? Aye. Jim's an aye. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everybody.